Part 1. Western Religion. Psychology and Religion. The autonomy of the unconscious. As it seems to be the intention of the founder of the Terry Lectures to enable representatives of science, as well as of philosophy in other spheres of human knowledge, to contribute to the discussion of the eternal problem of religion, and since Yale University has bestowed upon me the great honor of delivering the Terry Lectures for 1937, I assume that it will be my task to show what psychology, or rather that special branch of medical psychology which I represent, has to do with or to say about religion. Since religion is incontestably one of the earliest and most universal expressions of the human mind, it is obvious that any psychology which touches upon the psychological structure of human personality cannot avoid taking note of the fact that religion is not only a sociological and historical phenomenon, but also something of considerable personal concern to a great number of individuals. Although I have often been called a philosopher, I am an empiricist and adhere as such to the phenomenological standpoint. I trust that it does not conflict with the principles of scientific empiricism if one occasionally makes certain reflections which go beyond the mere accumulation and classification of experience. As a matter of fact, I believe that experience is not even possible without reflection, because experience is a process of assimilation without which there could be no understanding. As this statement indicates, I approach psychological matters from a scientific and not from a philosophical standpoint. Inasmuch as religion has a very important psychological aspect, I deal with it from a purely empirical point of view, that is, I restrict myself to the observation of phenomena and I eschew any metaphysical or philosophical considerations. I do not deny the validity of these other considerations, but I cannot claim to be competent to apply them correctly. I am aware that most people believe they know all there is to be known about psychology, because they think that psychology is nothing but what they know of themselves. But I am afraid psychology is a good deal more than that. While having little to do with philosophy, it has much to do with empirical facts, many of which are not easily accessible to the experience of the average man. It is my intention to give you a few glimpses of the way in which practical psychology comes up against the problem of religion. It is self-evident that the vastness of the problem requires far more than 3 lectures, as the necessary elaboration of concrete detail takes a great deal of time and explanation. My first lecture will be a sort of introduction to the problem of practical psychology and religion. The second is concerned with facts which demonstrate the existence of an authentic religious function in the unconscious. The third deals with the religious symbolism of unconscious processes. Since I am going to present a rather unusual argument, I cannot assume that my audience will be fully acquainted with the methodological standpoint of the branch of psychology I represent. This standpoint is exclusively phenomenological, that is, it is concerned with occurrences, events, experiences, in a word, with facts. Its truth is a fact and not a judgment. When psychology speaks, for instance, of the motif of the virgin birth, it is only concerned with the fact that there is such an idea, but it is not concerned with the question whether such an idea is true or false in any other sense. The idea is psychologically true inasmuch as it exists. Psychological existence is subjective insofar as an idea occurs in only one individual. But it is objective insofar as that idea is shared by a society by a consensus gentium. This point of view is the same as that of natural science. Psychology deals with ideas and other mental contents as zoology, for instance, deals with the different species of animals. An elephant is true because it exists. The elephant is neither an inference nor a statement nor the subjective judgment of a creator. It is a phenomenon. But we are so used to the idea that psychic events are willful and arbitrary products, or even the inventions of a human creator, that we can hardly rid ourselves of the prejudiced view that the psyche and its contents are nothing but our own arbitrary invention or the more or less illusory product of supposition and judgment. The fact is that certain ideas exist almost everywhere and at all times and can even spontaneously create themselves quite independently of migration and tradition. They are not made by the individual, they just happen to him, they even force themselves on his consciousness. This is not Platonic philosophy but empirical psychology. In speaking of religion, I must make clear from the start what I mean by that term. Religion, as the Latin word denotes, is a careful and scrupulous observation of what Rudolf Otto aptly termed the numinosum, that is, a dynamic agency or effect not caused by an arbitrary act of will. On the contrary, it seizes and controls the human subject, who is always rather its victim than its creator. The numinosum, whatever its cause may be, is an experience of the subject independent of his will. At all events, religious teaching as well as the consensus gentium always and everywhere explain this experience as being due to a cause external to the individual. The numinosum is either a quality belonging to a visible object or the influence of an invisible presence that causes a peculiar alteration of consciousness. This is, at any rate, the general rule. There are, however, certain exceptions when it comes to the question of religious practice or ritual. A great many ritualistic performances are carried out for the sole purpose of producing at will the effect of the numinosum by means of certain devices of a magical nature, such as invocation, incantation, sacrifice, meditation and other yoga practices, self-inflicted tortures of various descriptions, and so forth. But a religious belief in an external and objective divine cause is always prior to any such performance. The Catholic Church, for instance, administers the sacraments for the purpose of bestowing their spiritual blessings upon the believer, but since this act would amount to enforcing the presence of divine grace by an indubitably magical procedure, it is logically argued that nobody can compel divine grace to be present in the sacramental act, but that it is nevertheless inevitably present since the sacrament is a divine institution which God would not have caused to be if he had not intended to lend it his support. Religion appears to me to be a peculiar attitude of mind which could be formulated in accordance with the original use of the word religio, which means a careful consideration and observation of certain dynamic factors that are conceived as powers, spirits, demons, gods, laws, ideas, ideals, or whatever name man has given to such factors in his world as he has found powerful, dangerous, or helpful enough to be taken into careful consideration, or grand, beautiful, and meaningful enough to be devoutly worshipped and loved. In colloquial speech, one often says of somebody who is enthusiastically interested in a certain pursuit that he is almost religiously devoted to his cause. William James, for instance, remarks that a scientist often has no creed, but his temper is devout. I want to make clear that by the term religion, I do not mean a creed. It is, however, true that every creed is originally based on the one hand upon the experience of the numinosum and on the other hand upon trust or loyalty, faith and confidence in a certain experience of a numinous nature and in the change of consciousness that ensues. The conversion of Paul is a striking example of this. We might say, then, that the term religion designates the attitude peculiar to a consciousness which has been changed by experience of the numinosum. Creeds are codified and dogmatized forms of original religious experience. The contents of the experience have become sanctified and are usually congealed in a rigid, often elaborate, structure of ideas. The practice and repetition of the original experience have become a ritual and an unchangeable institution. This does not necessarily mean lifeless petrifaction. On the contrary, it may prove to be a valid form of religious experience for millions of people for thousands of years, without there arising any vital necessity to alter it. Although the Catholic Church has often been accused of particular rigidity, she nevertheless admits that dogma is a living thing and that its formulation is therefore capable of change and development. Even the number of dogmas is not limited and can be multiplied in the course of time. The same holds true of the ritual. Yet all changes and developments are determined within the framework of the facts as originally experienced, and this sets up a special kind of dogmatic content and emotional value. Even Protestantism, which has abandoned itself apparently to an almost unlimited emancipation from dogmatic tradition and codified ritual and has thus split into more than 400 denominations, even Protestantism is bound at least to be Christian and to express itself within the framework of the belief that God revealed himself in Christ, who suffered for mankind. This is a definite framework with definite contents which cannot be combined with or supplemented by Buddhist or Islamic ideas and feelings. Yet it is unquestionably true that not only Buddha and Muhammad, Confucius and Zarathustra represent religious phenomena, but also Mithras, Attis, Cybele, Mani, Hermes, and the deities of many other exotic cults. The psychologist, if he takes up a scientific attitude, has to disregard the claim of every creed to be the unique and eternal truth. He must keep his eye on the human side of the religious problem, since he is concerned with the original religious experience quite apart from what the creeds have made of it. As I am a doctor and a specialist in nervous and mental diseases, my point of departure is not a creed but the psychology of the homo religiosus, the man who takes into account and carefully observes certain factors which influence him and, through him, his general condition. It is easy to denominate and define these factors in accordance with historical tradition or ethnological knowledge, but to do the same thing from the standpoint of psychology is an uncommonly difficult task. What I can contribute to the question of religion is derived entirely from my practical experience, both with my patients and with so-called normal persons. As our experience with people depends to a large extent upon what we do with them, I can see no other way of proceeding than to give you at least a general idea of the line I take in my professional work. Since every neurosis is connected with man's most intimate life, there will always be some hesitation when a patient has to give a complete account of all the circumstances and complications which originally led him into a morbid condition. But why shouldn't he be able to talk freely? Why should he be afraid or shy or prudish? The reason is that he is carefully observing certain external factors which together constitute what one calls public opinion or respectability or reputation. And even if he trusts his doctor and is no longer shy of him, he will be reluctant or even afraid to admit certain things to himself, as if it were dangerous to become conscious of himself. One is usually afraid of things that seem to be overpowering. But is there anything in man that is stronger than himself? We should not forget that every neurosis entails a corresponding amount of demoralization. If a man is neurotic, he has lost confidence in himself. A neurosis is a humiliating defeat and is felt as such by people who are not entirely unconscious of their own psychology. And one is defeated by something unreal. Doctors may have assured the patient, long ago, that there is nothing the matter with him, that he does not suffer from a real heart disease or from a real cancer. His symptoms are quite imaginary. The more he believes that he is a malade imaginaire, the more a feeling of inferiority permeates his whole personality. If my symptoms are imaginary, he will say, where have I picked up this confounded imagination and why should I put up with such a perfect nuisance? It is indeed pathetic to have an intelligent man almost imploringly assure you that he is suffering from an intestinal cancer and declare at the same time in a despondent voice that of course he knows his cancer is a purely imaginary affair. Our usual materialistic conception of the psyche is, I am afraid, not particularly helpful in cases of neurosis. If only the soul were endowed with a subtle body, then one could at least say that this breath or vapor body was suffering from a real though somewhat ethereal cancer, in the same way as the gross material body can succumb to a cancerous disease. That, at least, would be something real. Medicine therefore feels a strong aversion for anything of a psychic nature. Either the body is ill or there is nothing the matter. And if you cannot prove that the body is really ill, that is only because our present techniques do not enable the doctor to discover the true nature of the undoubtedly organic trouble. But what, actually, is the psyche? Materialistic prejudice explains it as a mere epiphenomenal byproduct of organic processes in the brain. Any psychic disturbance must therefore be an organic or physical disorder which is undiscoverable only because of the inadequacy of our present methods of diagnosis. The undeniable connection between psyche and brain gives this point of view a certain weight, but not enough to make it an unshakable truth. We do not know whether there is a real disturbance of the organic processes in the brain in a case of neurosis, and if there are disorders of an endocrine nature, it is impossible to say whether they might not be effects rather than causes. On the other hand, it cannot be doubted that the real causes of neurosis are psychological. Not so long ago it was very difficult to imagine how an organic or physical disorder could be relieved by quite simple psychological means, yet in recent years medical science has recognized a whole class of diseases, the psychosomatic disorders, in which the patient's psychology plays the essential part. Since my readers may not be familiar with these medical facts, I may instance a case of hysterical fever, with a temperature of degrees, which was cured in a few minutes through confession of the psychological cause. A patient with psoriasis extending over practically the whole body was told that I did not feel competent to treat his skin trouble, but that I should concentrate on his psychological conflicts, which were numerous. After 6 weeks of intense analysis and discussion of his purely psychological difficulties, there came about as an unexpected byproduct the almost complete disappearance of the skin disease. In another case, the patient had recently undergone an operation for distension of the colon. 40 centimeters of it had been removed, but this was followed by another extraordinary distension. The patient was desperate and refused to permit a second operation, though the surgeon thought it vital. As soon as certain intimate psychological facts were discovered, the colon began to function normally again. Such experiences make it exceedingly difficult to believe that the psyche is nothing, or that an imaginary fact is unreal. Only, it is not there where a nearsighted mind seeks it. It exists, but not in physical form. It is an almost absurd prejudice to suppose that existence can only be physical. As a matter of fact, the only form of existence of which we have immediate knowledge is psychic. We might well say, on the contrary, that physical existence is a mere inference, since we know of matter only in so far as we perceive psychic images mediated by the senses. We are surely making a great mistake when we forget this simple yet fundamental truth. Even if a neurosis had no cause at all other than imagination, it would, nonetheless, be a very real thing. If a man imagined that I was his archenemy and killed me, I should be dead on account of mere imagination. Imaginary conditions do exist, and they may be just as real and just as harmful or dangerous as physical conditions. I even believe that psychic disturbances are far more dangerous than epidemics or earthquakes. Not even the medieval epidemics of bubonic plague or smallpox killed as many people as certain differences of opinion in or certain political ideals in Russia. Although the mind cannot apprehend its own form of existence, owing to the lack of an Archimedean point outside, it nevertheless exists. Not only does the psyche exist, it is existence itself. What, then, shall we say to our patient with the imaginary cancer? I would tell him, yes, my friend, you are really suffering from a cancer-like thing, you really do harbor in yourself a deadly evil. However, it will not kill your body, because it is imaginary. But it will eventually kill your soul. It has already spoilt and even poisoned your human relations and your personal happiness, and it will go on growing until it has swallowed your whole psychic existence. So that in the end you will not be a human being anymore, but an evil destructive tumor. It is obvious to our patient that he is not the author of his morbid imagination, although his theoretical turn of mind will certainly suggest that he is the owner and maker of his own imaginings. If a man is suffering from a real cancer, he never believes himself to be responsible for such an evil, despite the fact that the cancer is in his own body. But when it comes to the psyche, we instantly feel a kind of responsibility, as if we were the makers of our psychic conditions. This prejudice is of relatively recent date. Not so very long ago, even highly civilized people believed that psychic agencies could influence our minds and feelings. There were ghosts, wizards, and witches, demons and angels, and even gods, who could produce certain psychological changes in human beings. In former times, the man with the idea that he had cancer might have felt quite differently about his idea. He would probably have assumed that somebody had worked witchcraft against him or that he was possessed. He never would have thought of himself as the originator of such a fantasy. As a matter of fact, I take his cancer to be a spontaneous growth, which originated in the part of the psyche that is not identical with consciousness. It appears as an autonomous formation intruding upon consciousness. Of consciousness, one might say that it is our own psychic existence, but the cancer has its own psychic existence, independent of ourselves. This statement seems to formulate the observable facts completely. If we submit such a case to an association experiment, we soon discover that man is not master in his own house. His reactions will be delayed, altered, suppressed, or replaced by autonomous intruders. There will be a number of stimulus words which cannot be answered by his conscious intention. They will be answered by certain autonomous contents, which are very often unconscious even to himself. In our case, we shall certainly discover answers that come from the psychic complex at the root of the cancer idea. Whenever a stimulus word touches something connected with the hidden complex, the reaction of the conscious ego will be disturbed, or even replaced, by an answer coming from the complex. It is just as if the complex were an autonomous being capable of interfering with the intentions of the ego. Complexes do indeed behave like secondary or partial personalities possessing a mental life of their own. Many complexes are split off from consciousness because the latter preferred to get rid of them by repression. But there are others that have never been in consciousness before and therefore could never have been arbitrarily repressed. They grow out of the unconscious and invade the conscious mind with their weird and unassailable convictions and impulses. Our patient belonged to the latter category. Despite his culture and intelligence, he was a helpless victim of something that obsessed and possessed him. He was unable to help himself in any way against the demonic power of his morbid idea. It proliferated in him like a carcinoma. One day the idea appeared, and from then on it remained unshakable. There were only short intervals when he was free from it. The existence of such cases does something to explain why people are afraid of becoming conscious of themselves. There might really be something behind the screen one never knows, and so people prefer to consider and observe carefully the factors external to their consciousness. In most people there is a sort of primitive with regard to the possible contents of the unconscious. Beneath all natural shyness, shame, and tact, there is a secret fear of the unknown, perils of the soul. Of course one is reluctant to admit such a ridiculous fear. But one should realize that this fear is by no means unjustified. On the contrary, it is only too well founded. We can never be sure that a new idea will not seize either upon ourselves or upon our neighbors. We know from modern as well as from ancient history that such ideas are often so strange, indeed so bizarre, that they fly in the face of reason. The fascination which is almost invariably connected with ideas of this sort produces a fanatical obsession, with the result that all dissenters, no matter how well-meaning or reasonable they are, get burnt alive or have their heads cut off or are disposed of in masses by the more modern machine gun. We cannot even console ourselves with the thought that such things belong to the remote past. Unfortunately, they seem to belong not only to the present, but, quite particularly, to the future. Homo homini lupus is a sad yet eternal truism. There is indeed reason enough for man to be afraid of the impersonal forces lurking in his unconscious. We are blissfully unconscious of these forces because they never, or almost never, appear in our personal relations or under ordinary circumstances. But if people crowd together and form a mob, then the dynamisms of the collective man are let loose, beasts or demons that lie dormant in every person until he is part of a mob. Man in the mass sinks unconsciously to an inferior moral and intellectual level, to that level which is always there, below the threshold of consciousness, ready to break forth as soon as it is activated by the formation of a mass. It is, to my mind, a fatal mistake to regard the human psyche as a purely personal affair and to explain it exclusively from a personal point of view. Such a mode of explanation is only applicable to the individual in his ordinary everyday occupations and relationships. If, however, some slight trouble occurs, perhaps in the form of an unforeseen and somewhat unusual event, instantly instinctual forces are called up, forces which appear to be wholly unexpected, new, and strange. They can no longer be explained in terms of personal motives, being comparable rather to certain primitive occurrences like panics at solar eclipses and the like. To explain the murderous outbreak of Bolshevism, for instance, as a personal father complex appears to me singularly inadequate. The change of character brought about by the uprush of collective forces is amazing. A gentle and reasonable being can be transformed into a maniac or a savage beast. One is always inclined to lay the blame on external circumstances, but nothing could explode in us if it had not been there. As a matter of fact, we are constantly living on the edge of a volcano, and there is, so far as we know, no way of protecting ourselves from a possible outburst that will destroy everybody within reach. It is certainly a good thing to preach reason in common sense, but what if you have a lunatic asylum for an audience or a crowd in a collective frenzy? There is not much difference between them because the madman and the mob are both moved by impersonal, overwhelming forces. As a matter of fact, it only needs a neurosis to conjure up a force that cannot be dealt with by rational means. Our cancer case shows clearly how impotent man's reason and intellect are against the most palpable nonsense. I always advise my patients to take such obvious but invincible nonsense as the manifestation of a power and a meaning they have not yet understood. Experience has taught me that it is much more effective to take these things seriously and then look for a suitable explanation. But an explanation is suitable only when it produces a hypothesis equal to the morbid effect. Our patient is confronted with a power of will and suggestion more than equal to anything his consciousness can put against it. In this precarious situation, it would be bad strategy to convince him that in some incomprehensible way he is at the back of his own symptom, secretly inventing and supporting it. Such a suggestion would instantly paralyze his fighting spirit, and he would get demoralized. It is far better for him to understand that his complex is an autonomous power directed against his conscious personality. Moreover, such an explanation fits the actual facts much better than a reduction to personal motives. An apparently personal motivation does exist, but it is not made by his will, it just happens to him. When in the Babylonian epic Gilgamesh's arrogance and hybris defy the gods, they create a man equal in strength to Gilgamesh in order to check the hero's unlawful ambition. The very same thing has happened to our patient. He is a thinker who has settled, or is always going to settle, the world by the power of his intellect and reason. His ambition has at least succeeded in forging his own personal fate. He has forced everything under the inexorable law of his reason, but somewhere nature escaped and came back with a vengeance in the form of an unassailable bit of nonsense, the cancer idea. This was the clever device of the unconscious to keep him on a merciless and cruel leash. It was the worst blow that could be dealt to all his rational ideals and especially to his belief in the all-powerful human will. Such an obsession can only occur in a person who makes habitual misuse of reason and intellect for egotistical power purposes. Gilgamesh, however, escaped the vengeance of the gods. He had warning dreams to which he paid attention. They showed him how he could overcome his enemy. Our patient, living in an age when the gods have become extinct and have fallen into bad repute, also had such dreams, but he did not listen to them. How could an intelligent man be so superstitious as to take dreams seriously? The very common prejudice against dreams is but one symptom of a far more serious undervaluation of the human psyche in general. The marvelous development of science and techniques is counterbalanced by an appalling lack of wisdom and introspection. It is true that our religion speaks of an immortal soul, but it has very few kind words to say for the human psyche as such, which would go straight to eternal damnation were it not for a special act of divine grace. These two important factors are largely responsible for the general undervaluation of the psyche, but not entirely so. Older by far than these relatively recent developments are the primitive fear of and aversion to everything that borders on the unconscious. Consciousness must have been a very precarious thing in its beginnings. In relatively primitive societies, we can still observe how easily consciousness gets lost. One of the perils of the soul, for instance, is the loss of a soul. This is what happens when part of the psyche becomes unconscious again. Another example is running amok, the equivalent of going berserk in Germanic saga. This is a more or less complete trance state, often accompanied by devastating social effects. Even a quite ordinary emotion can cause considerable loss of consciousness. Primitives therefore cultivate elaborate forms of politeness, speaking in a hushed voice, laying down their weapons, crawling on all fours, bowing the head, showing the palms. Even our own forms of politeness still exhibit a religious consideration of possible psychic dangers. We propitiate fate by magically wishing one another a good day. It is not good form to keep the left hand in your pocket or behind your back when shaking hands. If you want to be particularly ingratiating, you use both hands. Before people of great authority we bow with uncovered head, i.e., we offer our head unprotected in order to propitiate the powerful one, who might quite easily fall sudden prey to a fit of uncontrollable violence. In war dances, primitives can become so excited that they may even shed blood. The life of the primitive is filled with constant regard for the ever-lurking possibility of psychic danger, and the procedures employed to diminish the risks are very numerous. The setting up of tabooed areas is an outward expression of this fact. The innumerable taboos are delimited psychic areas which are meticulously and fearfully observed. I once made a terrific mistake when I was with a tribe on the southern slopes of Mount Elgon, in East Africa. I wanted to inquire about the ghost houses I frequently found in the woods, and during a palaver I mentioned the word Selotini, meaning ghost. Instantly everybody was silent and painfully embarrassed. They all looked away from me because I had spoken aloud a carefully hushed-up word, and had thus invited most dangerous consequences. I had to change the subject in order to be able to continue the meeting. The same men assured me that they never had dreams. They were the prerogative of the chief and of the medicine man. The medicine man then confessed to me that he no longer had any dreams either. They had the district commissioner instead. Since the English are in the country, we have no dreams anymore, he said. The district commissioner knows everything about war and diseases, and about where we have got to live. This strange statement is based on the fact that dreams were formerly the supreme political guide, the voice of Mungu, God. Therefore it would have been unwise for an ordinary man to suggest that he had dreams. In his excellent treatise on dreams and their functions, Benedictus Pererius, S.J. de Magia, De Observation Somniorum et de Divination Astrologica Libri Trace, 1598, says, "For God is not constrained by such laws of time, nor does he await opportune moments for his operation, for he inspires dreams where he will, when he will, and in whomsoever he will." Page 147. The following passage throws an interesting light on the relation of the Church to the problem of dreams, for we read in Cassion's 22nd collation that the old governors and directors of the monks were well versed in seeking out and testing the causes of certain dreams. Page 142. Pererius classifies dreams as follows: many dreams are natural, some are of human origin, and some are even divine. Page 145. There are 4 causes of dreams. 1. An affection of the body. 2. An affect or vehement commotion of the mind caused by love, hope, fear, or hatred. Pages 126 ff. 3. The power and cunning of the demon, i.e. of a heathen god or the Christian devil. For the devil is able to know natural effects which will needs come about at some future time from fixed causes. He can know those things which he himself is going to bring about at a later time. He can know things, both present and past, which are hidden from men, and make them known to men in dreams. Page 129. Concerning the diagnosis of demonic dreams, the author says, "It can be surmised that dreams are sent by the devil. Firstly, if dreams often occur which signify future or hidden events, knowledge whereof is advantageous not to any useful end, whether for oneself or for others, but only for the vain display of curious information, or even for the doing of some evil act. Dreams sent by God. Concerning the signs indicating the divine nature of a dream, the author says, from the importance of the matters made known by the dream, especially if, in the dream, those things are made known to a man of which certain knowledge can come to him only by God's leave and bounty. Of such sort by those things which in the schools of the theologians are called contingent future events. Further, the secrets of the heart which are wholly hidden from all men's understanding, and lastly, those highest mysteries of our faith which are known to no man unless he be taught them by God! That this is divine is especially declared by a certain enlightenment and moving of the spirits, whereby God so illumines the mind, so acts upon the will, and so assures the dreamer of the certain dreams are sent by God. She is disinclined, and even averse, to any serious concern with dreams, while admitting that some might conceivably contain an immediate revelation. Thus the change of mental attitude that has taken place in recent centuries is, from this point of view at least, not wholly unwelcome to the Church, because it effectively discouraged the earlier introspective attitude which favored a serious consideration of dreams and inner experiences. Dreams are the voice of the unknown, ever threatening new schemes, new dangers, sacrifices, warfare, and other troublesome things. An African Negro once dreamt that his enemies had taken him prisoner and burnt him alive. The next day he called his relatives together and implored them to burn him. They consented so far as to bind his feet together and put them in the fire. He was of course badly crippled, but had escaped his foes. 3. There are any amount of magical rites that exist for the sole purpose of erecting a defense against the unexpected, dangerous tendencies of the unconscious. The peculiar fact that the dream is a divine voice and messenger and yet an unending source of trouble does not disturb the primitive mind in the least. We find obvious remnants of this primitive thinking in the psychology of the Hebrew prophets. Often enough they hesitate to listen to the voice. And it was, we must admit, rather hard on a pious man like Hosea to marry a harlot in order to obey the Lord's command. Since the dawn of humanity there has been a marked tendency to limit this unruly and arbitrary, supernatural influence by means of definite forms and laws. And this process has continued throughout history in the form of a multiplication of rites, institutions, and beliefs. During the last 2,000 years we find the institution of the Christian Church taking over a mediating and protective function between these influences and man. It is not denied in medieval ecclesiastical writings that a divine influx may occur in dreams, but this view is not exactly encouraged, and the Church reserves the right to decide whether a revelation is to be considered authentic or not. In spite of the Church's recognition that credibility and authority of his dream that he so clearly recognizes and so certainly judges God to be its author that he not only desires to believe it, but must believe it without any doubt whatsoever. Pages 131 ff. Since the demon, as stated above, is also capable of producing dreams accurately predicting future events, the author adds a quotation from Gregory the Great: "Holy men discern between illusions and revelations, the very words and images of visions, by a certain inward sensibility, so that they know what they receive from the good spirit and what they endure from the deceiver." For if a man's mind were not careful in this regard, it would plunge itself into many vanities through the deceiving spirit, who is sometimes wont to foretell many true things, in order that he may entirely prevail to ensnare the soul by some one single falsity. Page 132. It seemed to be a welcome safeguard against this uncertainty if dreams were concerned with the highest mysteries of our faith. Athanasius, in his biography of St. Anthony, gives us some idea of how clever the devils are in foretelling future events. C.F. Budge, The Book of Paradise, pages 37 ff. The same author says they sometimes appear even in the shape of monks, singing psalms, reading the Bible aloud, and making disturbing remarks about the moral conduct of the brethren. Pererius, however, seems to trust his own criterion, for he continues, "As therefore the natural light of our minds enables us clearly to discern the truth of first principles, so that they are embraced by our assent immediately and without any argument, so in dreams sent by God the divine light shining upon our minds brings it about that we understand and believe with certainty that those dreams are true and of God." He does not touch on the delicate question of whether every unshakable conviction derived from a dream necessarily proves the divine origin of the dream. He merely takes it for granted that a dream of this sort would naturally exhibit a character consistent with the highest mysteries of our faith, and not perchance with those of another one. The humanist Caspar Pusser, in his Commentaries de Praesituis Generibus Divinationum, 1560, is far more definite and restrictive in this respect. He says, "Those dreams are of God which the sacred scriptures affirm to be sent from on high, not to every one promiscuously, nor to those who strive after and expect revelations of their own opinion, but to the holy patriarchs and prophets by the will and judgment of God." Such dreams are concerned, not with light matters, or with trifles and ephemeral things, but with Christ, the governance of the Church, with empires and their well-ordering, and other remarkable events, and to these God always adds sure testimonies, such as the gift of interpretation and other things, by which it is clear that they are not rashly to be objected to, nor are they of natural origin, but are divinely inspired. His crypto-Calvinism is palpably manifest in his words, particularly when one compares them with the natural theology of his Catholic contemporaries. It is probable that Pusey's hint about revelations refers to certain heretical innovations. At any rate, in the next paragraph, where he deals with dreams of diabolical origin, he says these are the dreams which the devil shows nowadays to Anabaptists, and at all times to enthusiasts and such like fanatics. Paverius, with more perspicacity and human understanding, devotes one chapter to the question whether it be lawful for a Christian man to observe dreams. Pages 142 ff. And another to the question, to what kind of man does it belong to interpret dreams aright? Pages 245 ff. In the first he reaches the conclusion that important dreams should be considered. I quote his words, "Finally, to consider whether the dreams which ofttimes disturb us and move us to evil courses are put before us by the devil, as likewise on the other hand to ponder whether those by which we are aroused and incited to good, as for example to celibacy, almsgiving, and entering the religious life, are sent us by God, is the part not of a superstitious mind, but of one that is religious, prudent, and careful and solicitous for its salvation. Only stupid people would observe all the other futile dreams." In the second chapter, he answers that nobody should or could interpret dreams unless he be divinely inspired and instructed. "Even so," he adds, "the things of God knoweth no man, but the Spirit of God." I Cor. 11. This statement, eminently true in itself, reserves the art of interpretation to such persons as are endowed by their office with the gift of the Holy Spirit. It is obvious, however, that a Jesuit author could not envisage a descent of the Holy Spirit outside the Church. Protestantism, having pulled down so many walls carefully erected by the Church, immediately began to experience the disintegrating and schismatic effect of individual revelation. As soon as the dogmatic fence was broken down and the ritual lost its authority, man had to face his inner experience without the protection and guidance of dogma and ritual, which are the very quintessence of Christian as well as of pagan religious experience. Protestantism has, in the main, lost all the finer shades of traditional Christianity, the Mass, confession, the greater part of the liturgy, and the vicarious function of priesthood. I must emphasize that this statement is not a value judgment and is not intended to be one. I merely state the facts. Protestantism has, however, intensified the authority of the Bible as a substitute for the lost authority of the Church. But as history has shown, one can interpret certain biblical texts in many ways. Nor has scientific criticism of the New Testament been very helpful in enhancing belief in the divine character of the Holy Scriptures. It is also a fact that under the influence of a so-called scientific enlightenment, great masses of educated people have either left the Church or become profoundly indifferent to it. If they were all dull rationalists or neurotic intellectuals, the loss would not be regrettable. But many of them are religious people, only incapable of agreeing with the existing forms of belief. Otherwise, one could hardly explain the remarkable effect of the Buckman movement on the more or less educated Protestant classes. The Catholic who has turned his back on the Church usually develops a secret or manifest leaning towards atheism, whereas the Protestant follows, if possible, a sectarian movement. The absolutism of the Catholic Church seems to demand an equally absolute negation, whereas Protestant relativism permits of variations. It may perhaps be thought that I have gone a bit too near into the history of Christianity, and for no other purpose than to explain the prejudice against dreams and inner experiences. But what I have just said might have been part of my conversation with our cancer patient. I told him that it would be better to take his obsession seriously instead of reviling it as pathological nonsense. But to take it seriously would mean acknowledging it as a sort of diagnostic statement of the fact that, in a psyche which really existed, trouble had arisen in the form of a cancer-like growth. But, he will certainly ask, what could that growth be? And I shall answer, I do not know, as indeed I do not. Although, as I mentioned before, it is surely a compensatory or complementary unconscious formation, nothing is yet known about its specific nature or about its content. It is a spontaneous manifestation of the unconscious, based on contents which are not to be found in consciousness. My patient is now very curious how I shall set about getting at the contents that form the root of the obsession. I then informed him, at the risk of shocking him severely, that his dreams will provide us with all the necessary information. We will take them as if they issued from an intelligent, purposive, and, as it were, personal source. This is of course a bold hypothesis and at the same time an adventure, because we are going to give extraordinary credit to a discredited entity, the psyche, whose very existence is still denied by not a few contemporary psychologists as well as by philosophers. A famous anthropologist, when I showed him my way of proceeding, made the typical remark, "That's all very interesting indeed, but dangerous." Yes, I admit it is dangerous, just as dangerous as a neurosis. If you want to cure a neurosis, you have to risk something. To do something without taking a risk is merely ineffectual, as we know only too well. A surgical operation for cancer is a risk too, and yet it has to be done. For the sake of better understanding, I have often felt tempted to advise my patients to think of the psyche as a subtle body in which subtle tumors can grow. The prejudiced belief that the psyche is unimaginable and consequently less than air, or that it is a more or less intellectual system of logical concepts, is so great that when people are not conscious of certain contents, they assume these do not exist. They have no confidence and no belief in a reliable psychic functioning outside consciousness, and dreams are thought to be only ridiculous. Under such conditions, my proposal arouses the worst suspicions. And indeed, I have heard every argument under the sun used against the vague specters of dreams. Yet in dreams we find, without any profound analysis, the same conflicts and complexes whose existence can also be demonstrated by the association test. Moreover, these complexes form an integral part of the existing neurosis. We have, therefore, reason to believe that dreams can give us at least as much information as the association test can about the content of a neurosis. As a matter of fact, they give very much more. The symptom is like the shoot above ground, yet the main plant is an extended rhizome underground. The rhizome represents the content of a neurosis. It is the matrix of complexes, of symptoms, and of dreams. We have every reason to believe that dreams mirror exactly the underground processes of the psyche. And if we get there, we literally get at the roots of the disease. As it is not my intention to go any further into the psychopathology of neuroses, I propose to choose another case as an example of how dreams reveal the unknown inner facts of the psyche and of what these facts consist. The dreamer was another intellectual, of remarkable intelligence and learning. He was neurotic and was seeking my help because he felt that his neurosis had become overpowering and was slowly but surely undermining his morale. Fortunately, his intellectual integrity had not yet suffered, and he had the free use of his fine intelligence. For this reason, I set him the task of observing and recording his dreams himself. The dreams were not analyzed or explained to him, and it was only very much later that we began their analysis. Thus the dreams I am going to relate have not been tampered with at all. They represent an entirely uninfluenced natural sequence of events. The patient had never read any psychology, much less any analytical psychology. Since the series consists of over 400 dreams, I could not possibly convey an impression of the whole material, but I have published elsewhere a selection of 74 dreams containing motifs of special religious interest. The dreamer, it should be said, was a Catholic by education, but no longer a practicing one, nor was he interested in religious problems. He was one of those scientifically minded intellectuals who would be simply amazed if anybody should saddle them with religious views of any kind. If one holds that the unconscious has a psychic existence independent of consciousness, a case such as that of our dreamer might be of particular interest, provided we are not mistaken in our conception of the religious character of certain dreams. And if one lays stress on the conscious mind alone and does not credit the unconscious with an independent existence, it will be interesting to find out whether or not the dreams really derive their material from conscious contents. Should the facts favor the hypothesis of the unconscious, one could then use dreams as possible sources of information about the religious tendencies of the unconscious. One cannot expect dreams to speak of religion as we know it. There are, however, 2 dreams among the 400 that obviously deal with religion. I will now give the text which the dreamer himself had taken down. All the houses have something theatrical about them, with stage scenery and decorations. The name of Bernard Shaw is mentioned. The play is supposed to take place in the distant future. There is a notice in English and German on one of the sets. This is the Universal Catholic Church. It is the Church of the Lord. All those who feel that they are the instruments of the Lord may enter. Under this is printed in smaller letters, "The Church was founded by Jesus," and a firm advertising its long standing. I say to my friend, "Come on, let's have a look at this." He replies, "I do not see why a crowd of people have to get together when they're feeling religious." I answer, "As a Protestant you will never understand." A woman nods emphatic approval. Then I see a sort of proclamation on the wall of the church. It runs, "Soldiers, when you feel you are under the power of the Lord, do not address him directly. The Lord cannot be reached by words. We also strongly advise you not to indulge in any discussions among yourselves concerning the attributes of the Lord. It is futile, for everything valuable and important is ineffable. Signed, Pope. Name illegible. Now we go in. The interior resembles a mosque, more particularly the Hagia Sophia. No seats, wonderful effect of space, no images, only framed texts decorating the walls, like the Quran texts in the Hagia Sophia. One of the texts reads, "Do not flatter your benefactor." The woman who had nodded approval bursts into tears and cries, "Then there's nothing left." I reply, "I find it quite right," but she vanishes. At first I stand with a pillar in front of me and can see nothing. Then I change my position and see a crowd of people. I do not belong to them and stand alone. But they are quite clear, so that I can see their faces. They all say in unison, "We confess that we are under the power of the Lord. The kingdom of heaven is within us." They repeat this 3 times with great solemnity. Then the organ starts to play and they sing a Bach fugue with chorale. But the original text is omitted. Sometimes there is only a sort of coloratura singing, then the words are repeated. Everything else is paper, meaning that it does not make a living impression on me. When the chorale has faded away, the gem-glitch part of the ceremony begins. It is almost like a student's party. The people are all cheerful and equable. We move about, converse, and greet one another, and wine, from an Episcopal seminary, is served with other refreshments. The health of the church is drunk and, as if to express everybody's pleasure at the increase in membership, a loudspeaker plays a ragtime melody with the refrain, "Charles is also with us now." A priest explains to me. These somewhat trivial amusements are officially approved and permitted. We must adapt a little to American methods. With a large crowd such as we have here, this is inevitable. But we differ in principle from the American churches by our decidedly anti-ascetic tendency. Thereupon I awake with a feeling of great relief. There are, as you know, numerous works on the phenomenology of dreams, but very few that deal with their psychology. This for the obvious reason that a psychological interpretation of dreams is an exceedingly ticklish and risky business. Freud has made a courageous attempt to elucidate the intricacies of dream psychology with the help of views which he gathered in the field of psychopathology. Much as I admire the boldness of his attempt, I cannot agree either with his method or with its results. He explains the dream as a mere facade behind which something has been carefully hidden. There is no doubt that neurotics hide disagreeable things, probably just as much as normal people do. But it is a serious question whether this category can be applied to such a normal and worldwide phenomenon as the dream. I doubt whether we can assume that a dream is something other than it appears to be. I am rather inclined to quote another Jewish authority, the Talmud, which says, "The dream is its own interpretation." In other words, I take the dream for what it is. The dream is such a difficult and complicated thing that I do not dare to make any assumptions about its possible cunning or its tendency to deceive. The dream is a natural occurrence, and there is no earthly reason why we should assume that it is a crafty device to lead us astray. It occurs when consciousness and will are to a large extent extinguished. It seems to be a natural product which is also found in people who are not neurotic. Moreover, we know so little about the psychology of the dream process that we must be more than careful when we introduce into its explanation elements that are foreign to the dream itself. Freud, The Interpretation of Dreams. Silber, de Chon, 1919, presents a more cautious and more balanced point of view. As to the difference between Freud's and my own views, would refer the reader to my little essay on this subject, Freud and Jung, Contrasts. Further material in 2 essays on analytical psychology, pages 18 ff. Kranefeld, Secret Ways of the Mind, Gerhard Adler, in Deckung der Ziel, and Tony Wolff, Een van in die Grundlagen Komplexen Psychology, in die Culturelle Bedeutung der Komplexen Psychology. For all these reasons, I hold that our dream really is speaking of religion and that it intends to do so. Since the dream has a coherent and well-designed structure, it suggests a certain logic and a certain intention, that is, it has a meaningful motivation which finds direct expression in the dream content. The first part of the dream is a serious statement in favor of the Catholic Church. A certain Protestant point of view that religion is just an individual experience is discouraged by the dreamer. The second, more grotesque part is the Church's adaptation to a decidedly worldly standpoint, and the end is a statement in favor of an anti-ascetic tendency which would not and could not be backed up by the real Church. Nevertheless, the dreamer's anti-ascetic priest makes it a matter of principle. Spiritualization and sublimation are essentially Christian principles, and any insistence upon the contrary would amount to blasphemous paganism. Christianity has never been worldly, nor has it ever looked with favor on good food and wine, and it is more than doubtful whether the introduction of jazz into the cult would be a particular asset. The cheerful and equable people who peripatetically converse with each other in more or less Epicurean style remind one much more of an ancient philosophical ideal which is rather distasteful to the contemporary Christian. In the first and second part, the importance of masses or crowds of people is emphasized. Thus the Catholic Church, though highly recommended, appears coupled with a strange pagan point of view which is irreconcilable with a fundamentally Christian attitude. The actual irreconcilability does not appear in the dream. It is hushed up as it were by a cozy, gem-rich atmosphere in which dangerous contrasts are blurred and blended. The Protestant conception of an individual relationship to God is swamped by mass organization and a correspondingly collective religious feeling. The insistence on crowds and the insinuation of a pagan ideal are remarkable parallels to things that are actually happening in Europe today. Everybody was astonished at the pagan tendencies of modern Germany because nobody knew how to interpret Nietzsche's Dionysian experience. Nietzsche was but one of the thousands and millions of Germans yet unborn in whose unconscious the Teutonic cousin of Dionysus Wotan came to birth during the Great War. In the dreams of the Germans whom I treated then I could clearly see the Wotanistic revolution coming on, and published an article in which I pointed out the peculiar kind of new development to be expected in Germany. Those Germans were by no means people who had studied Thus Spake Zarathustra, and certainly the young people who resurrected the pagan sacrifices of sheep knew nothing of Nietzsche's experience. That is why they called their god Wotan and not Dionysus. In Nietzsche's biography you will find irrefutable proof that the god he originally meant was really Wotan, but, being a philologist and living in the 70s and 80s of the 19th century, he called him Dionysus. Looked at from a comparative point of view, the two gods have much in common. There is apparently no opposition to collective feeling, mass religion, and paganism anywhere in the dream of my patient, except for the Protestant friend who is soon reduced to silence. One curious incident merits our attention, and that is the unknown woman who at first backs up the eulogy of Catholicism and then suddenly bursts into tears, saying, "Then there's nothing left," and vanishes without returning. Who is this woman? To the dreamer she is a vague and unknown person, but when he had that dream he was already well acquainted with her as the unknown woman who had frequently appeared in previous dreams. As this figure plays a great role in men's dreams, it bears the technical name of the anima, with reference to the fact that, from time immemorial, man in his myths has expressed the idea of a male and female coexisting in the same body. Such psychological intuitions were usually projected in the form of the divine syzygy, the divine pair, or in the idea of the hermaphroditic nature of the Creator. Edward Maitland, the biographer of Anna Kingsford, relates in our own day an inner experience of the bisexual nature of the deity. Then there is Hermetic philosophy with its hermaphrodite and its androgynous inner man, the Homo Adamicus, who, although he appears in masculine form, always carries about with him Eve, or his wife, hidden in his body, as a medieval commentator on the Hermetus Tractatus Aureus says. The statement about the hermaphroditic nature of the deity in Corpus Hermeticum, for the first mind was bisexual, is probably taken from Plato, Symposium 14. It is questionable whether the later medieval representations of the hermaphrodite stem from Poimandres, Hermetica, since the hermaphrodite figure was practically unknown in the West before the Poimander was printed by Marsilio Ficino in 1471. It is possible, however, that one of the few scholars of those days who understood Greek got the idea from one of the Greek codices then extant, as for instance the Codex Laurentianus 71:33, the Codex Parisianus Graecus 1220, or the Codices Vaticanus Graecus and 951, all from the 14th century. There are no older codices. The first Latin translation by Marsilio Ficino had a sensational effect. But before that date we have the hermaphroditic symbols from the Codex Germanicus Monacensis 598, dated 1417. It seems to me more probable that the hermaphrodite symbol derives from Arabic or Syriac misses translated in the 8th or 12th century. In the Old Latin Tractatulus Avicenni, which is strongly influenced by Arabic tradition, we find the elixir is a voluptuous serpent impregnating itself. Although the author was a pseudo-Avicenna and not the authentic Ibn Sina, 1037, he is one of the Arabic Latin sources for medieval Hermetic literature. We find the same passage in Rosinus ad Saratantum. Rosinus is an Arabic Latin corruption of Zosimos, a Greek Neoplatonic philosopher of the 3rd century. His treatise Ad Saratantum belongs to the same class of literature, and since the history of these texts is still shrouded in darkness, nobody can say who copied from whom. The Tabra Philosophorum, Sermo LXV, a Latin text of Arabic origin, makes the same allusion. The composite brings itself forth. Rusca, Tabra Philosophorum, 1931, page 165. So far as I can judge, the first text that definitely mentions the hermaphrodite is the Liber de Arte Chymica of the 16th century, Artis Orif, pages 575 ff. On p. it says, "For that Mercurius is all metals, male and female, and in hermaphroditic monster even in the marriage of soul and body." Of the later literature I mention only Hieronymus Riesner, Pandora, 1588, Splendor Solis, Aureum Velis, 1598, Michael Meyer, Symbola Aurii Mensi, 1617, and Atlanta Fugens, 1618, J. D. Mylius, Philosophia Reformata, 1622. The anima is presumably a psychic representation of the minority of female genes in a man's body. This is all the more probable since the same figure is not to be found in the imagery of a woman's unconscious. There is a corresponding figure, however, that plays an equivalent role, yet it is not a woman's image but a man's. This masculine figure in a woman's psychology has been termed the animus. One of the most typical manifestations of both figures is what has long been called animosity. The anima causes illogical moods, and the animus produces irritating platitudes and unreasonable opinions. Both are frequent dream figures. As a rule, they personify the unconscious and give it its peculiarly disagreeable or irritating character. The unconscious in itself has no such negative qualities. They appear only when it is personified by these figures and when they begin to influence consciousness. Being only partial personalities, they have the character either of an inferior woman or of an inferior man, hence their irritating effect. A man experiencing this influence will be subject to unaccountable moods, and a woman will be argumentative and produce opinions that are beside the mark. The negative reaction of the anima to the church dream indicates that the dreamer's feminine side, his unconscious, disagrees with his conscious attitude. The disagreement started with the text on the wall, "Do not flatter your benefactor," which the dreamer agreed with. The meaning of the text seems sound enough, so that one does not understand why the woman should feel so desperate about it. Without delving further into this mystery, we must content ourselves for the time being with the statement that there is a contradiction in the dream and that a very important minority has left the stage under vivid protest and pays no more attention to the proceedings. We gather, then, from the dream that the unconscious functioning of the dreamer's mind has produced a pretty flat compromise between Catholicism and pagan joie de vivre. The product of the unconscious is manifestly not expressing a fixed point of view or a definite opinion, rather it is a dramatic exposition of an act of reflection. It could be formulated perhaps as follows: "Now what about this religious business? You are a Catholic, are you not? Is that not good enough? But asceticism, well, even the church has to adapt a little movies, radio, spiritual 5 o'clock tea and all that. Why not some ecclesiastical wine and gay acquaintances?" But for some secret reason this awkward mystery woman, well known for many former dreams, seems to be deeply disappointed in quits. I must confess that I find myself in sympathy with the anima. Obviously the compromise is too cheap and too superficial, but it is characteristic of the dreamer as well as of many other people to whom religion does not matter very much. Religion was of no concern to my patient, and he certainly never expected that it would concern him in any way. But he had come to me because of a very alarming experience. Being highly rationalistic and intellectual, he had found that his attitude of mind and his philosophy forsook him completely in the face of his neurosis and its demoralizing forces. He found nothing in his whole. Two anima and animus do not only occur in negative form. They may sometimes appear as a source of enlightenment, as messengers, and as mystagogues. Weltanschauung that would help him to gain sufficient control of himself. He was therefore very much in the situation of a man deserted by his hitherto cherished convictions and ideals. It is by no means extraordinary that under such conditions a man should return to the religion of his childhood in the hope of finding something helpful there. It was, however, not a conscious attempt or decision to revivify his earlier religious beliefs. He merely dreamed it, that is, his unconscious produced a peculiar statement about his religion. It is just as if the spirit and the flesh, the eternal enemies in a Christian consciousness, had made peace with each other in the form of a curious mitigation of their contradictory nature. Spirituality and worldliness come together in unexpected amity. The effect is slightly grotesque and comical. The inexorable severity of the spirit seems to be undermined by an almost antique gaiety perfumed with wine and roses. At all events, the dream describes a spiritual and worldly atmosphere that dulls the sharpness of a moral conflict and swallows up in oblivion all mental pain and distress. If this was a wish fulfillment, it was surely a conscious one, for it was precisely what the patient had already done to excess. And he was not unconscious of this either, since wine was one of his most dangerous enemies. The dream, on the other hand, is an impartial statement of the patient's spiritual condition. It gives a picture of a degenerate religion corrupted by worldliness and mob instincts. There is religious sentimentality instead of the numinosum of divine experience. This is the well-known characteristic of a religion that has lost its living mystery. It is readily understandable that such a religion is incapable of giving help or of having any other moral effect. The overall aspect of the dream is definitely unfavorable, although certain other aspects of a more positive nature are dimly visible. It rarely happens that dreams are either exclusively positive or exclusively negative. As a rule, one finds both aspects, but usually one is stronger than the other. It is obvious that such a dream provides the psychologist with enough material to raise the problem of a religious attitude. If our dream were the only one we possess, we could hardly hope to unlock its innermost meaning, but we have quite a number of dreams in our series which point to a remarkable religious problem. I never, if I can help it, interpret one dream by itself. As a rule, a dream belongs in a series. Since there is a continuity of consciousness despite the fact that it is regularly interrupted by sleep, there is probably also a continuity of unconscious processes, perhaps even more than with the events of consciousness. In any case, my experience is in favor of the probability that dreams are the visible links in a chain of unconscious events. If we want to shed any light on the deeper reasons for the dream, we must go back to the series and find out where it is located in the long chain of 400 dreams. We find our dream wedged in between two important dreams of an uncanny quality. The dream before reports that there is a gathering of many people and that a peculiar ceremony is taking place, apparently of magical character, for the purpose of reconstructing the gibbon. The dream after is concerned with a similar theme, the magical transformation of animals into human beings. Both dreams are intensely disagreeable and very alarming to the patient. Whereas the church dream manifestly moves on the surface and expresses opinions which in other circumstances could just as well have been thought consciously, these two dreams are strange and remote in character, and their emotional effect is such that the dreamer would avoid them if possible. As a matter of fact, the text of the second dream says, "If one runs away, all is lost." Curiously enough, this remark coincides with that of the unknown woman, "Then there's nothing left." The inference to be drawn from these remarks is that the church dream was an attempt to escape from other dream ideas of a much deeper significance. These ideas appear in the dreams occurring immediately before and after it. 2. Dogma and natural symbols. The first of these dreams, the one preceding the church dream, speaks of a ceremony whereby an ape is to be reconstructed. To explain this point sufficiently would require too many details. I must, therefore, restrict myself to the mere statement that the ape refers to the dreamer's instinctual personality, which he had completely neglected in favor of an exclusively intellectual attitude. The result had been that his instincts got the better of him and attacked him at times in the form of uncontrollable outbursts. The reconstruction of the ape means the rebuilding of the instinctual personality within the framework of the hierarchy of consciousness. Such a reconstruction is only possible if accompanied by important changes in the conscious attitude. The patient was naturally afraid of the tendencies of the unconscious, because hitherto they had revealed themselves to him in their most unfavorable form. The church dream that followed represents an attempt to seek refuge from this fear in the shelter of a church religion. The third dream, in speaking of the transformation of animals into human beings, obviously continues the theme of the first one, that is, the ape is reconstructed solely for the purpose of being transformed later into a human being. In other words, the patient has to undergo an important change through the reintegration of his hitherto split-off instinctuality, and is thus to be made over into a new man. The modern mind has forgotten those old truths that speak of the death of the old man and the making of a new one, of spiritual rebirth and such like old-fashioned, mystical absurdities. My patient, being a scientist of today, was more than once seized by panic when he realized how much he was gripped by such thoughts. He was afraid he was going mad, whereas the man of 2,000 years ago would have welcomed such dreams and rejoiced in the hope of a magical rebirth and renewal of life. But our modern attitude looks back arrogantly upon the mists of superstition and of medieval or primitive credulity, entirely forgetting that we carry the whole living past in the lower stories of the skyscraper of rational consciousness. Without the lower stories, our mind is suspended in mid-air. No wonder it gets nervous. The true history of the mind is not preserved in learned volumes, but in the living psychic organism of every individual. I must admit, however, that the idea of renewal took on shapes that could easily shock a modern mind. It is indeed difficult, if not impossible, to connect rebirth, as we understand it, with the way it is depicted in the dreams. But before we discuss the strange and unexpected transformation there hinted at, we should turn our attention to the other manifestly religious dream to which I alluded before. While the church dream comes relatively early in the Rome series, the following dream belongs to the later stages of the process. This is the literal text. I come to a strange, solemn house, the house of the gathering. Many candles are burning in the background, arranged in a peculiar pattern with 4 points running upward. Outside, at the door of the house, an old man is posted. People are going in. They say nothing and stand motionless in order to collect themselves inwardly. The man at the door says of the visitors to the house, when they come out again they are cleansed. I go into the house myself and find I can concentrate perfectly. Then a voice says, "What you are doing is dangerous. Religion is not a tax to be paid so that you can rid yourself of the woman's image, for this image cannot be got rid of. Woe unto them who use religion as a substitute for the other side of the soul's life. They are in error and will be accursed. Religion is no substitute. It is to be added to the other activities of the soul as the ultimate completion. Out of the fullness of life shall you bring forth your religion, only then shall you be blessed." While the last sentence is being spoken in ringing tones, I hear distant music, simple chords on an organ. Something about it reminds me of Wagner's fire music. As I leave the house I see a burning mountain and I feel, the fire that is not put out is a holy fire, sure, St. Jung. The patient was deeply impressed by this dream. It was a solemn and powerful experience for him, one of several which produced a far-reaching change in his attitude to life and humanity. It is not difficult to see that this dream forms a parallel to the church dream. Only this time the church has become a house of solemnity and self-collection. There are no indications of ceremonies or of any other known attributes of the Catholic Church, with the sole exception of the burning candles, which are arranged in a symbolic form probably derived from the Catholic cult. They form 4 pyramids or points, which perhaps anticipate the final vision of the flaming mountain. The appearance of the number 4 is, however, a regular feature in the patient's dreams and plays a very important role. The holy fire refers to Bernard Shaw's St. John, as the dreamer himself observes. The unquenchable fire, on the other hand, is a well-known attribute of the deity, not only in the Old Testament, but also as an allegoria Christi in an uncanonical logion cited in Origen's homilies, Eid ixi sovatora, ca iaxta mi est, iaxta ignem est, ca lungesta mi, lungesta regno. The Savior himself says, "Whoever is near to me is near to the fire. Whoever is far from me is far from the kingdom." Since the time of Heraclitus, life has been conceived as a rip-tap, an ever-living fire, and as Christ calls himself the life, the uncanonical saying is quite understandable. The fire signifying life fits into the frame of the dream, for it emphasizes that fullness of life is the only legitimate source of religion. Thus the 4 fiery points function almost as an icon denoting the presence of the deity or an equivalent being. In the system of Babylognosis, for lights surround the autogenes, the self-born or uncreated. This strange figure may correspond to the monogenes of Coptic Gnosis, mentioned in the Codex Blasianus. There too the monogenes is characterized as a quaternity symbol. As I said before, the number 4 plays an important role in these dreams, always alluding to an idea akin to the Pythagorean tetractys. The quaternarium or quaternity has a long history. It appears not only in Christian iconology and mystical speculation, but plays perhaps a still greater role in Gnostic philosophy and from then on down through the Middle Ages until well into the 18th century. C.F. Seller, Die Philosophie der Griechen, where all the sources are collected for is the origin and root of eternal nature. Plato derives the human body from the four. According to the Neoplatonists, Pythagoras himself called the soul a square. The four in Christian iconography appears chiefly in the form of the four evangelists and their symbols, arranged in a rose, circle, or melethesia, or as a tetramorph, as for instance in the Hortus Deliciarum of Herrad of Landsberg and in works of mystical speculation. Of these I mention only 1. Jacob B. Hme, XL Questions Concerning the Soul, 1647. 2. Hildegard of Bingen, Codex Luxensis, Folios 372, and Codex Heidelbergensis, Civias, Representations of the Mystic Universe, C.F. Singer, Studies in the History and Method of Science. 3. The remarkable drawings of Oppicinus de Canistris in the Codex Palatinus Latinus 1993, Vatican, C.F. Salomon, Weltbild und die Bekenntnisseins of Indonesian Clericers to 14. Jahrhunderts. 4. Heinrich Conrad, Warum Heiligallischen, Das ist, P.R.I. Materialistischen Katholischen, oder Allgemeinen Medialischen Chaos, 1597, where he says the Monas Catholica arises from the rotation of the quaternarium and interprets it as an image and allegory of Christ, further material in Conrad, Amphitheatrum et Sapientiae Eterni. 1604-5, the speculations about the cross. It is said that the cross was made of 4 kinds of wood, St. Bernard, Vitus Mystica, Cat. XLV, in Midney, P.L., Volume 184, Kernel 752, C.F.W. Meyer, Digestit de Kreuzoses vor Christus, page 7. For the quaternity see also Dunbar, Symbolism in Medieval Thought and its Consummation in the Divine Comedy. Cf. The Systems of Isidorus, Valentinus, Marcus, and Secundus. A most instructive example is the symbolism of the monogenes in the Codex Blasianus. In the dream under discussion, the quaternity appears as the most significant exponent of the religious cult created by the unconscious. The dreamer enters the house of the gathering alone, instead of with a friend as in the church dream. Here he meets an old man, who had already appeared in an earlier dream as the sage who had pointed to a particular spot on the earth where the dreamer belonged. The old man explains the character of the cult as a purification ritual. It is not clear from the dream text what kind of purification is meant, or from what it should purify. The only ritual that actually takes place seems to be a concentration or meditation, leading up to the ecstatic phenomenon of the voice. The voice is a frequent occurrence in this dream series. It always utters an authoritative declaration or command, either of astonishing common sense or of profound philosophic import. It is nearly always a final statement, usually coming toward the end of a dream, and it is, as a rule, so clear and convincing that the dreamer finds no argument against it. It has, indeed, so much the character of indisputable truth that it can hardly be understood as anything except a final and trenchant summing up of a long process of unconscious deliberation and weighing of arguments. Frequently the voice issues from an authoritative figure, such as a military commander, or the captain of a ship, or an old physician. Sometimes, as in this case, there is simply a voice coming apparently from nowhere. It was interesting to see how this very intellectual and skeptical man accepted the voice. Often it did not suit him at all, yet he accepted it unquestioningly, even humbly. Thus the voice revealed itself, in the course of several hundred carefully recorded dreams, as an important and even decisive spokesman of the unconscious. Since this patient is by no means the only one I have observed who exhibited the phenomenon of the voice in dreams and in other peculiar states of consciousness, I am forced to admit that the unconscious is capable at times of manifesting an intelligence and purposiveness superior to the actual conscious insight. There can be no doubt that this is a basic religious phenomenon, observed here in a person whose conscious mental attitude certainly seemed most unlikely to produce religious phenomena. I have not infrequently made similar observations in other cases, and I must confess that I am unable to formulate the facts in any other way. I have often met with the objection that the thoughts which the voice represents are no more than the thoughts of the individual himself. That may be, but I would call a thought my own only when I have thought it, just as I would call money my own only when I have earned or acquired it in a conscious and legitimate manner. If somebody gives me the money as a present, then I shall certainly not say to my benefactor, "Thank you for my money," although to a third person I might say afterwards, "This is my own money." With the voice I am in a similar situation. The voice gives me certain contents, exactly as if a friend were informing me of his ideas. It would be neither decent nor truthful to suggest that what he says are my own ideas. This is the reason why I differentiate between what I have produced or acquired by my own conscious effort and what is clearly and unmistakably a product of the unconscious. Someone may object that the so-called unconscious mind is merely my own mind and that, therefore, such a differentiation is superfluous. But I am not at all convinced that the unconscious mind is merely my mind, because the term unconscious means that I am not even conscious of it. As a matter of fact, the concept of the unconscious is an assumption for the sake of convenience. In reality, I am totally unconscious of, or, in other words, I do not know at all where the voice comes from. Not only am I incapable of producing the phenomenon at will, I am unable to anticipate what the voice will say. Under such conditions, it would be presumptuous to refer to the factor that produces the voice as my unconscious or my mind. This would not be accurate, to say the least. The fact that you perceive the voice in your dream proves nothing at all, for you can also hear the noises in the street, which you would never think of calling your own. There is only one condition under which you might legitimately call the voice your own, and that is when you assume your conscious personality to be a part of a whole or to be a smaller circle contained in a bigger one. A little bank clerk, showing a friend around town, who points to the bank building with the words, "And this is my bank," is making use of the same privilege. We may suppose that human personality consists of two things: first, consciousness and whatever this covers, and second, an indefinitely large hinterland of unconscious psyche. So far as the former is concerned, it can be more or less clearly defined and delimited, but as for the sum total of human personality, one has to admit the impossibility of a complete description or definition. In other words, there is bound to be an illimitable and indefinable addition to every personality, because the latter consists of a conscious and observable part which does not contain certain factors whose existence, however, we are forced to assume in order to explain certain observable facts. The unknown factors form what we call the unconscious part of the personality. Of what those factors consist we have no idea, since we can observe only their effects. We may assume that they are of a psychic nature comparable to that of conscious contents, yet there is no certainty about this. But if we suppose such a likeness, we can hardly refrain from going further. Since psychic contents are conscious and perceivable only when they are associated with an ego, the phenomenon of the voice, having a strongly personal character, may also issue from a center, but a center which is not identical with the conscious ego. Such reasoning is permissible if we conceive of the ego as being subordinated to, or contained in, a superordinate self, a center of the total, a limitable, and indefinable psychic personality. I do not enjoy philosophical arguments that amuse by their own complications. Although my argument may seem abstruse, it is at least an honest attempt to formulate the observed facts. To put it simply, one could say, since we do not know everything, practically every experience, fact, or object contains something unknown. Hence, if we speak of the totality of an experience, the word totality can refer only to the conscious part of it. As we cannot assume that our experience covers the totality of the object, it is clear that its absolute totality must necessarily contain the part that has not been experienced. The same holds true, as I have mentioned, of every experience and also of the psyche, whose absolute totality covers a greater area than consciousness. In other words, the psyche is no exception to the general rule that the universe can be established only so far as our psychic organism permits. My psychological experience has shown time and again that certain contents issue from a psyche that is more complete than consciousness. They often contain a superior analysis or insight or knowledge which consciousness has not been able to produce. We have a suitable word for such occurrences: intuition. In uttering this word, most people have an agreeable feeling, as if something had been settled. But they never consider that you do not make an intuition. On the contrary, it always comes to you. You have a hunch, it has come of itself, and you only catch it if you are clever or quick enough. Consequently, I explain the voice, in the dream of the sacred house, as a product of the more complete personality of which the dreamer's conscious self is a part. And I hold that this is the reason why the voice shows an intelligence and a clarity superior to the dreamer's actual consciousness. This superiority is the reason for the absolute authority of the voice. The message of the voice contains a strange criticism of the dreamer's attitude. In the church dream, he made an attempt to reconcile the two sides of life by a kind of cheap compromise. As we know, the unknown woman, the anima, disagreed and left the scene. In the present dream, the voice seems to have taken the place of the anima, making not a merely emotional protest but a masterful statement on two kinds of religion. According to this statement, the dreamer is inclined to use religion as a substitute for the woman's image, as the text says. The woman refers to the anima. This is borne out by the next sentence, which speaks of religion being used as a substitute for the other side of the soul's life. The anima is the other side, as I explained before. She is the representative of the female minority hidden below the threshold of consciousness, that is to say, in the unconscious. The criticism, therefore, would read as follows: you try religion in order to escape from your unconscious. You use it as a substitute for a part of your soul's life. But religion is the fruit and culmination of the completeness of life, that is, of a life which contains both sides. Careful comparison with other dreams of the same series shows unmistakably what the other side is. The patient always tried to evade his emotional needs. As a matter of fact, he was afraid they might get him into trouble, for instance into marriage, and into other responsibilities such as love, devotion, loyalty, trust, emotional dependence, and general submission to the soul's needs. All this had nothing to do with science or an academic career. Moreover, the word soul was nothing but an intellectual obscenity, not fit to be touched with a barge pole. That the mystery of the anima is the mysterious allusion to religion. This was a great puzzle to my patient, who naturally enough knew nothing of religion except as a creed. He also knew that religion can be a substitute for certain awkward emotional demands which one might circumvent by going to church. The prejudices of our age are visibly reflected in the dreamer's apprehensions. The voice, on the other hand, is unorthodox, indeed shockingly unconventional. It takes religion seriously, puts it on the very apex of life, a life containing both sides, and thus upsets his most cherished intellectual and rationalistic prejudices. This was such a revolution that my patient was often afraid he would go crazy. Well, I should say that we, knowing the average intellectual of today and yesterday, can easily sympathize with his predicament. To take the woman's image, in other words, the unconscious, seriously into account, what a blow to enlightened common sense. Cf. the Hypnerotomachia Polyphili, 1499. This book is supposed to have been written by a monk of the 15th century. It is an excellent example of an animal romance. Piers David's study The Dream of Polyphilo treats it as such. I began his personal treatment only after he had observed the first series of about 350 dreams. Then I got the whole backwash of his upsetting experiences. No wonder he wanted to run away from his adventure. But, fortunately, the man had religio, that is, he carefully took account of his experience, and he had enough or loyalty to his experience to enable him to hang on to it and continue it. He had the great advantage of being neurotic, and so, whenever he tried to be disloyal to his experience or to deny the voice, the neurotic condition instantly came back. He simply could not quench the fire, and finally he had to admit the incomprehensibly numinous character of his experience. He had to confess that the unquenchable fire was holy. This was the sine qua non of his cure. One might, perhaps, consider this case an exception inasmuch as fairly complete human beings are exceptions. It is true that an overwhelming majority of educated people are fragmentary personalities and have a lot of substitutes instead of the genuine goods. But being like that meant a neurosis for this man, and it means the same for a great many other people too. What is ordinarily called religion is a substitute to such an amazing degree that I ask myself seriously whether this kind of religion, which I prefer to call a creed, may not after all have an important function in human society. The substitute has the obvious purpose of replacing immediate experience by a choice of suitable symbols tricked out with an organized dogma and ritual. The Catholic Church maintains them by her indisputable authority, the Protestant Church, if this term is still applicable, by insistence on belief in the evangelical message. So long as these two principles work, people are effectively protected against immediate religious experience. Even if something of the sort should happen to them, they can refer to the Church, for she would know whether the experience came from God or from the devil, and whether it is to be accepted or rejected. In my profession, I have encountered many people who have had immediate experience and who would not and could not submit to the authority of ecclesiastical decision. I had to go with them through the crises of passionate conflicts, through the panics of madness, through desperate confusions and depressions which were grotesque and terrible at the same time, so that I am fully aware of the extraordinary importance of dogma and ritual, at least as methods of mental hygiene. If the patient is a practicing Catholic, I invariably advise him to confess and to receive communion in order to protect himself from immediate experience, which might easily prove too much for him. With Protestants it is usually not so easy, because dogma and ritual have become so pale and faint that they have lost their efficacy to a very great extent. There is also, as a rule, no confession, and the clergy share the common dislike of psychological problems and also, unfortunately, the common ignorance of psychology. The Catholic director of conscience often has infinitely more psychological skill and insight. Protestant parsons, moreover, have gone through a scientific training at a theological faculty which, with its critical spirit, undermines naivete of faith, whereas the powerful historical tradition in a Catholic priest's training is apt to strengthen the authority of the institution. Ecclesiastical vestments are not for adornment only, they also serve to protect the officiating priest. Fear of God is no groundless metaphor, for at the back of it there is a very real phenomenology. As a doctor I might, of course, espouse a so-called scientific creed, holding that the contents of a neurosis are nothing but repressed infantile sexuality or will to power. By thus depreciating these contents, it would be possible, up to a point, to shield a number of patients from the risk of immediate experience. But I know that this theory is only partially true, which means that it formulates only certain aspects of the neurotic psyche. And I cannot tell my patients what I myself do not fully believe. Now people may ask me, but if you tell your practicing Catholic to go to the priest and confess, you are telling him something you do not believe, that is, assuming that I am a Protestant. In order to answer this critical question, I must first of all explain that, if I can help it, I never preach my belief. If asked, I shall certainly stand by my convictions, but these do not go beyond what I consider to be my actual knowledge. I believe only what I know. Everything else is hypothesis, and beyond that I can leave a lot of things to the unknown. They do not bother me. But they would begin to bother me, I am sure, if I felt that I ought to know about them, if, therefore, a patient is convinced of the exclusively sexual origin of his neurosis, would not disturb him in his opinion, because I know that such a conviction, particularly if it is deeply rooted, is an excellent defense against an onslaught of immediate experience with its terrible ambiguity. So long as such a defense works, I shall not break it down, since I know that there must be cogent reasons why the patient has to think in such a narrow circle. But if his dreams should begin to destroy the protective theory, I have to support the wider personality, as I have done in the case of the dream described. In the same way and for the same reason I support the hypothesis of the practicing Catholic while it works for him. In either case, I reinforce a means of defense against a grave risk, without asking the academic question whether the defense is an ultimate truth. I am glad when it works and so long as it works. With our patient, the Catholic defense had broken down long before I ever touched the case. He would have laughed at me if I had advised him to confess or anything of that sort, just as he laughed at the sexual theory, which he had no use for either. But I always let him see that I was entirely on the side of the voice, which I recognized as part of his future greater personality, destined to relieve him of his one-sidedness. For a certain type of intellectual mediocrity characterized by enlightened rationalism, a scientific theory that simplifies matters is a very good means of defense because of the tremendous faith modern man has in anything which bears the label scientific. Such a label sets your mind at rest immediately, almost as well as Roma locuta causa finita, Rome has spoken, the matter is settled. In itself any scientific theory, no matter how subtle, has, I think, less value from the standpoint of psychological truth than religious dogma, for the simple reason that a theory is necessarily highly abstract and exclusively rational, whereas dogma expresses an irrational whole by means of imagery. This guarantees a far better rendering of an irrational fact like the psyche. Moreover, dogma owes its continued existence and its form on the one hand to so-called revealed or immediate experiences of the gnosis, for instance, the God-man, the cross, the virgin birth, the Immaculate Conception, the Trinity, and so on the other hand to the ceaseless collaboration of many minds over many centuries. It may not be quite clear why I call certain dogmas immediate experiences, since in itself a dogma is the very thing that precludes immediate experience. Yet the Christian images I have mentioned are not peculiar to Christianity alone, although in Christianity they have undergone a development and intensification of meaning not to be found in any other religion. They occur just as often in pagan religions, and besides that they can reappear spontaneously in all sorts of variations as psychic phenomena, just as in the remote past they originated in visions, dreams, or trances. Ideas like these are never invented. They came into being before man had learned to use his mind purposively. Before man learned to produce thoughts, thoughts came to him. He did not think he perceived his mind functioning. Dogma is like a dream, reflecting the spontaneous and autonomous activity of the objective psyche, the unconscious. Such an expression of the unconscious is a much more efficient means of defense against further immediate experiences than any scientific theory. The theory has to disregard the emotional values of the experience. The dogma, on the other hand, is extremely eloquent in just this respect. One scientific theory is soon superseded by another. Dogma lasts for untold centuries. The suffering God-man may be at least 5,000 years old, and the Trinity is probably even older. Dogma expresses the soul more completely than a scientific theory, for the latter gives expression to and formulates the conscious mind alone. Furthermore, a theory can do nothing except formulate a living thing in abstract terms. Dogma, on the contrary, aptly expresses the living process of the unconscious in the form of the drama of repentance, sacrifice, and redemption. It is rather astonishing, from this point of view, that the Protestant schism could not have been avoided. But since Protestantism became the creed of the adventurous Germanic tribes with their characteristic curiosity, acquisitiveness, and recklessness, it seems possible that their peculiar nature was unable to endure the peace of the Church, at least not for any length of time. It looks as if they were not yet advanced enough to suffer a process of salvation and to submit to a deity who was made visible in the magnificent structure of the Church. There was, perhaps, too much of the Imperium Romanum or of the Pax Romana in the Church, too much, at least, for their energies, which were and still are insufficiently domesticated. It is quite likely that they needed an unmitigated and less controlled experience of God, as often happens to adventurous and restless people who are too youthful for any form of conservatism or domestication. They therefore did away with the intercession of the Church between God and man, some more and some less. With the demolition of protective walls, the Protestant lost the sacred images that expressed important unconscious factors, together with the ritual which, from time immemorial, has been a safe way of dealing with the unpredictable forces of the unconscious. A vast amount of energy was thus liberated and instantly went into the old channels of curiosity and acquisitiveness. In this way Europe became the mother of dragons that devoured the greater part of the earth. Since those days Protestantism has become a hotbed of schisms and, at the same time, of rapid advances in science and techniques which cast such a spell over man's conscious mind that it forgot the unpredictable forces of the unconscious. The catastrophe of the First World War and the extraordinary manifestations of profound spiritual malaise that came afterwards were needed to arouse a doubt as to whether all was well with the white man's mind. Before the war broke out we were all quite certain that the world could be righted by rational means. Now we behold the amazing spectacle of states taking over the age-old totalitarian claims of theocracy, which are inevitably accompanied by suppression of free opinion. Once more we see people cutting each other's throats in support of childish theories of how to create paradise on earth. It is not very difficult to see that the powers of the underworld, not to say of hell, which in former times were more or less successfully chained up in a gigantic spiritual edifice where they could be of some use, are now creating, or trying to create, a state slavery and a state prison devoid of any mental or spiritual charm. There are not a few people nowadays who are convinced that mere human reason is not entirely up to the enormous task of putting a lid on the volcano. This whole development is fate. I would not lay the blame either on Protestantism or on the Renaissance. But one thing is certain, that modern man, Protestant or otherwise, has lost the protection of the ecclesiastical walls erected and reinforced so carefully since Roman days, and because of this loss has approached the zone of world-destroying and world-creating fire. Life has become quickened and intensified. Our world is shot through with waves of uneasiness and fear. Protestantism was, and still is, a great risk and at the same time a great opportunity. If it goes on disintegrating as a church, it must have the effect of stripping man of all his spiritual safeguards and means of defense against immediate experience of the forces waiting for liberation in the unconscious. Look at all the incredible savagery going on in our so-called civilized world. It all comes from human beings and the spiritual condition they are in. Look at the devilish engines of destruction. They are invented by completely innocuous gentlemen, reasonable, respectable citizens who are everything we could wish. And when the whole thing blows up and an indescribable hell of destruction is let loose, nobody seems to be responsible. It simply happens, and yet it is all man-made. But since everybody is blindly convinced that he is nothing more than his own extremely unassuming and insignificant conscious self, which performs its duties decently and earns a moderate living, nobody is aware that this whole rationalistically organized conglomeration we call a state or a nation is driven on by a seemingly impersonal, invisible but terrifying power which nobody and nothing can check. This ghastly power is mostly explained as fear of the neighboring nation, which is supposed to be possessed by a malevolent fiend. Since nobody is capable of recognizing just where and how much he himself is possessed and unconscious, he simply projects his own condition upon his neighbor. And thus it becomes a sacred duty to have the biggest guns and the most poisonous gas. The worst of it is that he is quite right. All one's neighbors are in the grip of some uncontrolled and uncontrollable fear, just like oneself. In lunatic asylums it is a well-known fact that patients are far more dangerous when suffering from fear than when moved by rage or hatred. The Protestant is left to God alone. For him there is no confession, no absolution, no possibility of an expiatory opus divinum of any kind. He has to digest his sins by himself, and, because the absence of a suitable ritual has put it beyond his reach, he is none too sure of divine grace. Hence the present alertness of the Protestant conscience, and this bad conscience has all the disagreeable characteristics of a lingering illness which makes people chronically uncomfortable. But, for this very reason, the Protestant has a unique chance to make himself conscious of sin to a degree that is hardly possible for a Catholic mentality, as confession and absolution are always at hand to ease excess of tension. The Protestant, however, is left to his tensions, which can go on sharpening his conscience. Conscience, and particularly a bad conscience, can be a gift from heaven, a veritable grace if used in the interests of the higher self-criticism. And self-criticism, in the sense of an introspective, discriminating activity, is indispensable in any attempt to understand your own psychology. If you have done something that puzzles you and you ask yourself what could have prompted you to such an action, you need the sting of a bad conscience and its discriminating faculty in order to discover the real motive of your behavior. It is only then that you can see what motives are governing your actions. The sting of a bad conscience even spurs you on to discover things that were unconscious before, and in this way you may be able to cross the threshold of the unconscious and take cognizance of those impersonal forces which make you an unconscious instrument of the wholesale murderer in man. If a Protestant survives the complete loss of his church and still remains a Protestant, that is to say a man who is defenseless against God and no longer shielded by walls or communities, he has a unique spiritual opportunity for immediate religious experience. I do not know whether I have succeeded in conveying what the experience of the unconscious meant to my patient. There is, however, no objective criterion by which such an experience can be valued. We have to take it for what it is worth to the person who has the experience. Thus you may be impressed by the fact that the apparent futility of certain dreams should mean something to an intelligent person. But if you cannot accept what he says, or if you cannot put yourself in his place, you should not judge his case. The genius religiosus is a wind that bloweth where it listeth. There is no Archimedean point from which to judge, since the psyche is indistinguishable from its manifestations. The psyche is the object of psychology, and fatally enough also its subject. There is no getting away from this fact. The few dreams I have chosen as examples of what I call immediate experience certainly look very insignificant to the unpracticed eye. They are not spectacular, and are only modest witnesses to an individual experience. They would cut a better figure if I could present them in their sequence, together with the wealth of symbolic material that was brought up in the course of the entire process. But even the sum total of the dreams in the series could not compare in beauty and expressiveness with any part of a traditional religion. A dogma is always the result and fruit of many minds and many centuries, purified of all the oddities, shortcomings, and flaws of individual experience. But for all that, the individual experience, by its very poverty, is immediate life, the warm red blood pulsating today. It is more convincing to a seeker after truth than the best tradition. Immediate life is always individual, since the carrier of life is the individual, and whatever emanates from the individual is in a way unique, and hence transitory and imperfect. Particularly when it comes to spontaneous psychic products such as dreams and the like. No one else will have the same dreams, although many have the same problem. But just as no individual is differentiated to the point of absolute uniqueness, so there are no individual products of absolutely unique quality. Even dreams are made of collective material to a very high degree, just as, in the mythology and folklore of different peoples, certain motifs repeat themselves in almost identical form. I have called these motifs archetypes, and by this I mean forms or images of a collective nature which occur practically all over the earth as constituents of myths and at the same time as autochthonous, individual products of unconscious origin. The archetypal motifs presumably derive from patterns of the human mind that are transmitted not only by tradition and migration but also by heredity. The latter hypothesis is indispensable, since even complicated archetypal images can be reproduced spontaneously without there being any possibility of direct tradition. The theory of preconscious primordial ideas is by no means my own invention, as the term archetype, which stems from the first centuries of our era, proves. With special reference to psychology, we find this theory in the works of Adolphe Bastian and then again in Nietzsche.in French literature. Hubert and Moss, and also L.V. Weibel, mention similar ideas. I only gave an empirical foundation to the theory of what were formerly called primordial or elementary ideas, categories, or habitudes directrices de la conscience, representing sensations collectives, etc., by setting out to investigate certain details. In the second of the dreams discussed above, we met with an archetype which I have not yet considered. This is the peculiar arrangement of the burning candles in 4 pyramid-like points. The arrangement emphasizes the symbolic importance of the number 4 by putting it in place of the altar or iconostasis where one would expect to find the sacred images. Since the temple is called the House of the Gathering, we may assume that this character is expressed if the image or symbol appears in the place of worship. The Tetractys, to use the Pythagorean term, does indeed refer to an inner gathering, as our patient's dream clearly demonstrates. The symbol appears in other dreams, usually in the form of a circle divided into 4 or containing 4 main parts. In other dreams of the same series it takes the form of an undivided circle, a flower, a square place or room, a quadrangle, a globe, a clock, a symmetrical garden with a fountain in the center, 4 people in a boat, in an aeroplane, or at a table, 4 chairs round a table, for colors, a wheel with 8 spokes, an 8-rayed star of sun, a round hat divided into 8 parts, a bear with 4 eyes, a square prison cell, the 4 seasons, a bowl containing 4 nuts, the world clock with a disc divided into expeditions, and so on. These quaternity symbols occur no less than 71 times in a series of 400 dreams. My case is no exception in this respect. I have observed many cases where the number 4 occurred and it always had an unconscious origin, that is, the dreamer got it first from a dream and had no idea of its meaning, nor had he ever heard of the symbolic importance of the number 4. It would of course be a different thing with the number 3, since the Trinity represents a symbolic number known to everybody. But for us, and particularly for a modern scientist, 4 conveys no more than any other number. Number symbolism and its venerable history is a field of knowledge completely outside our dreamer's intellectual interests. If under such conditions dreams insist upon the importance of 4, we have every right to call its origin an unconscious one. The numinous character of the quaternity is obvious in the second dream. From this we must conclude that it points to a meaning which we have to call sacred. Since the dreamer was unable to trace this peculiar character to any conscious source, I apply a comparative method in order to elucidate the meaning of the symbolism. It is of course impossible to give a complete account of this procedure here. So I must restrict myself to the barest hints. For the psychology of the Tetractys, see The Secret of the Golden Flower, and Hauer, Symbole und die Erfahrung des Selbst in der indolorischen Mystik. The term archetypus is used by Cicero, Pliny, and others. It appears in the Corpus Hermeticum, lib. I as a definitely philosophical concept. Thou knowest in thy mind the archetypal form, the beginning before the beginning, the unbounded. Das dessen dich in den Menschenrassen, die Vorstellungen von der Ziel, der Willkürdenk im Aufbau einer Wissenschaft vom Menschen, öffentlich Elementardenken in der Lehre vom Menschen. In sleep and in dreams we pass through the whole thought of earlier humanity. As a man now reasons in dreams, so humanity also reasoned for many thousands of years when awake. The first cause which occurred to the mind as an explanation of anything that required explanation was sufficient and passed for truth. This atavistic element in man's nature continues to manifest itself in our dreams, for it is the foundation upon which the higher reason has developed and still develops in every individual. Dreams carry us back to remote conditions of human culture and afford us a ready means of understanding it better. Nietzsche, human all too human. Hubert and Moss, constantly set before us in language, though not necessarily explicit in it, the categories generally exist rather under the form of habits that guide consciousness, themselves remaining unconscious. The notion of manner is one of these principles. It is a datum of language. It is implied in a whole series of judgments and reasonings concerned with attributes that are those of manner. We have described manner as a category, but it is a category not confined to primitive thought, and today, in a weakened degree, it is still the primal form that certain other categories which always function in our minds have covered over, those of substance, cause, etc. Since many unconscious contents seem to be remnants of historical states of mind, we need only go back a few hundred years in order to reach the conscious level that forms the parallel to our dreams. In our case, we step back not quite 300 years and find ourselves among scientists and natural philosophers who were seriously discussing the enigma of squaring the circle. This abstruse problem was itself a psychological projection of something much older and completely unconscious. But they knew in those days that the circle signified the deity. God is an intellectual figure whose center is everywhere and the circumference nowhere, as one of these philosophers said, repeating St. Augustine. A man as introverted and introspective as Emerson could hardly fail to touch on the same idea and likewise quote St. Augustine. The image of the circle regarded as the most perfect form since Plato's Timaeus, the prime authority for Hermetic philosophy, was assigned to the most perfect substance, to the gold, also to the anima mundi or anima media natura, and to the first created light. And because the macrocosm, the great world, was made by the Creator in a form round and globose, the smallest part of the whole, the point, also possesses this perfect nature. As the philosopher says, of all shapes the simplest and most perfect is the sphere, which rests in a point. This image of the deity dormant and concealed in matter was what the alchemists called the original chaos, or the earth of paradise, or the round fish in the sea, or the egg, or simply the rotundum. That round thing was in possession of the magical key which unlocked the closed doors of matter. As is said in the Timaeus, only the demiurge, the perfect being, is capable of dissolving the tetractys, the embrace of the four elements. One of the great authorities since the 13th century, the Tubba Philosophorum, says that the rotundum can dissolve copper into four. Thus the much softer Aurum Philosophicum was round. Opinions were divided as to the procedure for procuring the dormant demiurge. Some hoped to lay hold of him in the form of a prima materia containing a particular concentration or a particularly suitable variety of this substance. Others endeavored to produce the round substance by a sort of synthesis, called the coniunctio. The anonymous author of the Rosarium Philosophorum says, make a round circle of man and woman, extract therefrom a quadrangle and from it a triangle. Make the circle round, and you will have the philosopher's stone. This marvelous stone was symbolized as a perfect living being of hermaphroditic nature corresponding to the Empedoclean, an all-round bisexual being in Plato. As early as the beginning of the 14th century, the lapis was compared by Petrus Bonus to Christ as an allegoria Christi. In the Aurea Ora, a pseudo-famous tract from the 13th century, the mystery of the stone is rated even higher than the mysteries of the Christian religion. Mention these facts merely to show that the circle or globe containing the four was an allegory of the deity for not a few of our learned forefathers. From the Latin treatises it is also evident that the latent demiurge, dormant and concealed in matter, is identical with the so-called Homo Philosophicus, the second Adam. He is the spiritual man, Adam Kadmon, often identified with Christ. Whereas the original Adam was mortal, because he was made of the corruptible four elements, the second Adam is immortal, because he consists of one pure and incorruptible essence. Thus Pseudo-Thomas says, the second Adam passed from the pure elements into eternity. Therefore, since he consists of a simple and pure essence, he endures forever. The same treatise quotes a Latinized Arabic author called Senior, a famous authority throughout the Middle Ages, as saying, there is one substance which never dies, because it abides in continued increase, and interprets this substance as the second Adam. It is clear from these quotations that the round substance searched for by the philosophers was a projection very similar to our own dream symbolism. We have historical documents which prove that dreams, visions, and even hallucinations were often mixed up with the great philosophic opus. Our forefathers, being even more naively constituted than ourselves, projected their unconscious contents directly into matter. Matter, however, could easily take up such projections, because at that time it was a practically unknown and incomprehensible entity. And whenever man encounters something mysterious, he projects his own assumptions into it without the slightest self-criticism. But since chemical matter nowadays is something we know fairly well, we can no longer project as freely as our ancestors. We have, at last, to admit that the tetractys is something psychic, and we do not yet know whether, in a more or less distant future, this too may not prove to be a projection. For the time being, we must be satisfied with the fact that an idea of God which is entirely absent from the conscious mind of modern man returns in a form known consciously 300 or 400 years ago. I do not need to emphasize that this piece of history was completely unknown to my dreamer. One could say with the classical poet, Naturam expellas furca tamen usque recurret, drive out nature with a pitchfork and she always turns up again. The idea of those old philosophers was that God manifested himself first in the creation of the four elements. They were symbolized by the four partitions of the circle. Thus we read in a Coptic treatise of the Codex Brucianus concerning the only begotten, monogenes or anthropos. This same is he who dwelleth in the monad, which is in the Cepheus, creator, and which came from the place of which none can say where it is. From him it is the monad came, in the manner of a ship, laden with all good things, and in the manner of a field, filled or planted with every kind of tree, and in the manner of a city, filled with all races of mankind, and to its veil which surround. If in the manner of a defense there are 12 gates. This same is the mother city of the only begotten. In another place the Anthropos himself is the city and his members are the four gates. The monad is a spark of light, an atom of the deity. The monogenes is thought of as standing upon a platform supported by four pillars. Corresponding to the Christian quaternarium of the evangelists, or to the tetramorph, the symbolic steed of the church, composed of the symbols of the four evangelists, the angel, eagle, ox or calf, and lion. The analogy with the New Jerusalem of the Apocalypse is obvious. The division into four, the synthesis of the four, the miraculous appearance of the four colors, and the four stages of the work nigredo, diobasio, rubefactio, and citronidas are constant preoccupations of the old philosophers. Point 4 symbolizes the parts, qualities, and aspects of the one. But why should my patient recapitulate these old speculations? I do not know why he should. I only know that this is not an isolated case. Many others under my observation or under that of my colleagues have spontaneously produced the same symbolism. I naturally do not think that it originated 300 or 400 years ago. That was simply another epoch when this same archetypal idea was very much in the foreground. As a matter of fact, it is much older than the Middle Ages, as the Timaeus proves. Nor is it a classical or an Egyptian heritage, since it is to be found practically everywhere and in all ages. One has only to remember, for instance, how great an importance was attributed to the quaternity by the American Indians. Although the quaternity is an age-old and presumably prehistoric symbol always associated with the idea of a world-creating deity, it is curiously enough rarely understood as such by those moderns in whom it occurs. I have always been particularly interested to see how people, if left to their own devices and not informed about the history of the symbol, would interpret it to themselves. I was careful, therefore, not to disturb them with my own opinions, and as a rule I discovered that they took it to symbolize themselves, or rather something in themselves. They felt it belonged intimately to themselves as a sort of creative background, a life-producing sun in the depths of the unconscious. Though it was easy to see that certain mandala drawings were almost an exact replica of Ezekiel's vision, it very seldom happened that people recognized the analogy even when they knew the vision, which knowledge, by the way, is pretty rare nowadays. What one could almost call a systematic blindness is simply the effect of the prejudice that God is outside man. Although this prejudice is not exclusively Christian, there are certain religions which do not share it at all. On the contrary, they insist, as do certain Christian mystics, on the essential identity of God and man, either in the form of an a priori identity or of a goal to be attained by certain practices or initiations, as known to us, for instance, from the Metamorphoses of Apuleius, not to speak of certain yoga methods. The use of the comparative method shows without a doubt that the quaternity is a more or less direct representation of the God who is manifest in his creation. We might, therefore, conclude that the symbol spontaneously produced in the dreams of modern people means something similar to God within. Although the majority of the persons concerned do not recognize this analogy, the interpretation might nevertheless be correct. If we consider the fact that the idea of God is an unscientific hypothesis, we can easily explain why people have forgotten to think along such lines. And even if they do cherish a certain belief in God, they would be deterred from the idea of a God within by their religious education, which has always depreciated this idea as mystical. Yet it is precisely this mystical idea which is forced upon the conscious mind by dreams and visions. I myself, as well as my colleagues, have seen so many cases developing the same kind of symbolism that we cannot doubt its existence any longer. My observations, moreover, date back to 1914, and I waited 14 years before alluding to them publicly. It would be a regrettable mistake if anybody should take my observations as a kind of proof of the existence of God. They prove only the existence of an archetypal God image, which to my mind is the most we can assert about God psychologically. But as it is a very important and influential archetype, its relatively frequent occurrence seems to be a noteworthy fact for any theologia naturalis. And since experience of this archetype has the quality of numinosity, often in very high degree, it comes into the category of religious experiences. I cannot refrain from calling attention to the interesting fact that whereas the central Christian symbolism is a trinity, the formula presented by the unconscious is a quaternity. In reality, the Orthodox Christian formula is not quite complete, because the dogmatic aspect of the evil principle is absent from the Trinity and leads a more or less awkward existence on its own as the devil. Nevertheless, it seems that the Church does not exclude an inner relationship between the devil and the Trinity. A Catholic authority expresses himself on this question as follows: the existence of Satan, however, can only be understood in relation to the Trinity. Any theological treatment of the devil that is not related to God's Trinitarian consciousness is a falsification of the actual position. According to this view, the devil possesses personality and absolute freedom. That is why he can be the true, personal counterpart of Christ. Herein is revealed a new freedom in God's being. He freely allows the devil to subsist beside him and permits his kingdom to endure forever. The idea of a mighty devil is incompatible with the conception of Yahweh, but not with the conception of the Trinity. The mystery of one God in three persons opens out a new freedom in the depths of God's being, and this even makes possible the thought of a personal devil existing alongside God and in opposition to him. The devil, accordingly, possesses an autonomous personality, freedom, and eternality, and he has these metaphysical qualities so much in common with God that he can actually subsist in opposition to him. Hence the relationship, or even the negative affinity of the devil with the Trinity, can no longer be denied as a Catholic idea. The inclusion of the devil in the quaternity is by no means a modern speculation or a monstrous fabrication of the unconscious. We find in the writings of the 16th century natural correction, Diagnosis to Christentums, pages 189, 190. Ibid, pages 185 ff. Philosopher and physician, Gerard Dorn, a detailed discussion of the symbols of the Trinity in the quaternity, the latter being attributed to the devil. Dorn breaks with the whole alchemical tradition inasmuch as he adopts the rigidly Christian standpoint that 3 is 1 but 4 is not, because 4 attains to unity in the Quinta Essentia. According to this author, the quaternity is in truth a diabolical fraud or dissection of the devil, and he holds that at the fall of the angels the devil fell into the realm of quaternity and the elements, in quaternarium et elementarium regionem decidit. He also gives an elaborate description of the symbolic operation whereby the devil produced the double serpent, the number 2, with the 4 horns, the number 4. Indeed, the number is the devil himself, the quatercornutus binarius. Since a God identical with the individual man is an exceedingly complex assumption bordering on heresy, the God within also presents a dogmatic difficulty. But the quaternity as produced by the modern psyche points directly not only to the God within, but to the identity of God and man. Contrary to the dogma, there are not 3, but 4 aspects. It could easily be inferred that the 4th represents the devil. Though we have the log ion, I and the Father are one, who seeth me seeth the Father, it would be considered blasphemy or madness to stress Christ's dogmatic humanity to such a degree that man could identify himself with Christ in his homoousia. but this is precisely what seems to be meant by the natural symbol. From an orthodox standpoint, therefore, the natural quaternity could be declared a diabolical frauds, and the chief proof of this would be its assimilation of the fourth aspect, which represents the reprehensible part of the Christian cosmos. The Church, it seems to me, probably has to repudiate any attempt to take such conclusions seriously. She may even have to condemn any approach to these experiences, since she cannot admit that nature unites what she herself has divided. The voice of nature is clearly audible in all experiences of the quaternity, and this arouses all the old mistrust of anything even remotely connected with the unconscious. Scientific investigation of dreams is simply the older neuromancy in new guise, and therefore just as objectionable as any other of the occult parts. Close parallels to the symbolism of dreams can be found in the old alchemical treatises, and these are quite as heretical as dreams. Here, it would seem, was reason enough for secrecy and protective metaphors. The symbolic statements of the old alchemists issue from the same unconscious as modern dreams and are just as much the voice of nature. Jung thinks that God created the binarious on the second day of creation, when he separated the upper waters from the lower, and that this was the reason why he omitted to say on the evening of the second day what he said on all the others, namely that it was good. The emancipation of the binarious, Jung holds, was the cause of confusion, division, and strife. From the binarious issued its quaternary offspring, sua pros quaternaria. Since the number is feminine, it also signified Eve, whereas the number was equated with Adam. Therefore the devil tempted Eve first, for the devil knew, being full of all guile, that Adam was marked with the unarious, and for this cause he did not at first attack him, for he greatly doubted whether he could do anything against him. Moreover, he was not ignorant that Eve was divided from her husband as a natural binary from the unity of its ternary, tenquam naturalum binarium abunario sui ternarii. Accordingly, armed with a certain likeness of binary to binary, he made his attack on the woman. For all even numbers are feminine, of which 2, Eve's proper and original number, is the first. Jung, De Tenebris contra Naturem et Vita Brevi, Feder. Chem, 1602, I, page 527. In this treatise and the one that follows it, De Duello Animi cum Corpori, pages 535 ff, the reader will find everything I have mentioned here. The reader will have noticed how Jung, with great cunning, discovers in the binarious a secret affinity between the devil and woman. He was the first to point out the discord between threeness and fourness, between God as spirit and Empedoclean nature, thus albeit unconsciously cutting the thread of alchemical projection. Accordingly, he speaks of the quaternarius as fundamental law, the medicine of the infidels. We must leave it an open question whether by infidels he meant the Arabs or the pagans of antiquity. At any rate, Jung suspected that there was something ungodly in the quaternity, which was intimately associated with the nature of woman. Cf. my remarks concerning the Virgo Terrae in the next section. I am not referring here to the dogma of the human nature of Christ. If we were still living in a medieval setting where there was not much doubt about the ultimate things and where every history of the world began with Genesis, we could easily brush aside dreams and the like. Unfortunately, we live in a modern setting where all the ultimate things are doubtful, where there is a prehistory of enormous extension, and where people are fully aware that if there is any numinous experience at all, it is the experience of the psyche. We can no longer imagine an empyrean world revolving round the throne of God, and we would not dream of seeking for him somewhere behind the galactic systems. Yet the human soul seems to harbor mysteries, since to an empiricist all religious experience boils down to a peculiar psychic condition. If we want to know anything of what religious experience means to those who have it, we have every chance nowadays of studying it in every imaginable form. And if it means anything, it means everything to those who have it. This is at any rate the inevitable conclusion one reaches by a careful study of the evidence. One could even define religious experience as that kind of experience which is accorded the highest value, no matter what its contents may be. The modern mind, so far as it stands under the verdict extra ecclesiam nulla salus, will turn to the psyche as the last hope. Where else could one obtain experience? And the answer will be more or less of the kind which I have described. The voice of nature will answer and all. Those concerned with the spiritual problem of man will be confronted with new and baffling problems. Because of the spiritual need of my patients, I have been forced to make a serious attempt to understand some of the symbols produced by the unconscious. As it would lead much too far to embark on a discussion of the intellectual and ethical consequences, I shall have to content myself with a mere sketch. This identification has nothing to do with the Catholic conception of the assimilation of the individual's life to the life of Christ and his absorption into the corpus mysticum of the Church. It is rather the opposite of this view. I am thinking chiefly of works that contain alchemical legends and didactic tales. A good example would be Maius Symbola Ori Mensi, 1617, with its symbolic peregrinatio. The main symbolic figures of a religion are always expressive of the particular moral and mental attitude involved. I would mention, for instance, the cross and its various religious meanings. Another main symbol is the Trinity. It is of exclusively masculine character. The unconscious, however, transforms it into a quaternity, which is at the same time a unity, just as the three persons of the Trinity are one and the same God. The natural philosophers of antiquity represented the Trinity, so far as it was imaginata in natura, as the three or spirits, also called volatilia, namely water, air, and fire. The fourth constituent, on the other hand, was the earth or the body. They symbolized the latter by the Virgin. In this way they added the feminine element to their physical trinity, thereby producing the quaternity or circulus quadratus, whose symbol was the hermaphroditic rebis, the filius sapientiae. The natural philosophers of the Middle Ages undoubtedly meant earth and woman by the fourth element. The principle of evil was not openly mentioned, but it appears in the poisonous quality of the prima materia and in other allusions. The quaternity in modern dreams is a creation of the unconscious. As I explained in the first chapter, the unconscious is often personified by the anima, a feminine figure. Apparently, the symbol of the quaternity issues from her. She would be the matrix of the quaternity, a 660 TBKOS or Mater Dei, just as the earth was understood to be the mother of God. But since woman, as well as evil, is excluded from the deity in the dogma of the Trinity, the element of evil would form part of the religious symbol if the latter should be a quaternity. It needs no particular effort of imagination to guess the far-reaching spiritual consequences of such a development. 3. The history and psychology of a natural symbol. Although I have no wish to discourage philosophical curiosity, I would rather not lose myself in a discussion of the ethical and intellectual aspects of the problem raised by the quaternity symbol. Its psychological importance is far-reaching and plays a considerable role in practical treatment. While we are not concerned here with psychotherapy, but with the religious aspect of certain psychic phenomena, I have been forced through my studies in psychopathology to dig out these historical symbols and figures from the dust of their graves. When I was a young alienist, I should never have suspected myself of doing such a thing. I shall not mind, therefore, if this long discussion of the quaternity symbol, the circulus quadratus, and the heretical attempts to improve on the dogma of the Trinity seem to be somewhat far-fetched and exaggerated. But, in point of fact, my whole discourse on the quaternity is no more than a regrettably short and inadequate introduction to the final and crowning example which illustrates my case. Already at the very beginning of our dream series, the circle appears. It takes the form, for instance, of a serpent, which describes a circle round the dreamer. It appears in later dreams as a clock, a circle with a central point, a round target for shooting practice, a clock that is a perpetual mobile, a ball. A globe, a round table, a basin, and so on. The square appears also, about the same time, in the form of a city square or a garden with a fountain in the center. Somewhat later it appears in connection with a circular movement, people walking round in a square, a magic ceremony, the transformation of animals into human beings, that takes place in a square room, in the corners of which are 4 snakes, with people again circulating round the 4 corners, the dreamer driving round a square in a taxi, a square prison cell, an empty square which is itself rotating, and so on. In other dreams, the circle is represented by rotation. For instance, for children carry a dark ring and walk in a circle. Again, the circle appears combined with the quaternity as a silver bowl with 4 nuts at the 4 cardinal points, or as a table with 4 chairs. The center seems to be particularly emphasized. It is symbolized by an egg in the middle of a ring, by a star consisting of a body of soldiers, by a star rotating in a circle, the cardinal points of which represent the 4 seasons, by the pole, by a precious stone, and so on. All these dreams lead up to one image which came to the patient in the form of a sudden visual impression. He had had such glimpses or visualizations on several occasions before, but this time it was a most impressive experience. As he himself says, it was an impression of the most sublime harmony. In such a case, it does not matter at all what our impression is or what we think about it. It only matters how the patient feels about it. It is his experience, and if it has a deeply transforming influence upon his condition, there is no point in arguing against it. The psychologist can only take note of the fact, and, if he feels equal to the task, he might also make an attempt to understand why such a vision had such an effect upon such a person. The vision was a turning point in the patient's psychological development. It was what one would call in the language of religion a conversion. This is the literal text of the vision. An Eastern parallel is the circulation of the light mentioned in the Chinese alchemical treatise, The Secret of the Golden Flower, edited by R. Wilhelm and myself. There is a vertical and a horizontal circle, having a common center. This is the world clock. It is supported by the blackbird point 4. The vertical circle is a blue disk with a white border divided into x equals partitions. A pointer rotates upon it. The horizontal circle consists of 4 colors. On it stand 4 little men with pendulums, and round about it is laid the ring that was once dark and is now golden, formerly carried by 4 children. The world clock has 3 rhythms or pulses. 1. The small pulse. The pointer on the blue vertical disc advances by 1/32. 2. The middle pulse. 1 complete rotation of the pointer. At the same time, the horizontal circle advances by 1/32. 3. The great pulse. Middle pulses are equal to 1 complete rotation of the golden ring. The vision sums up all the allusions in the previous dreams. It seems to be an attempt to make a meaningful whole of the formerly fragmentary symbols, then characterized as circle, globe, square, rotation, clock, star, cross, quaternity, time, and so on. It is of course difficult to understand why a feeling of most sublime harmony should be produced by this abstract structure. But if we think of the 2 circles in Plato's Timaeus, and of the harmonious all-roundness of his Anima Mundi, we might find an avenue to understanding. Again, the term world clock suggests the antique conception of the musical harmony of the spheres. It would thus be a sort of cosmological system. If it were a vision of the firmament and its silent rotation, or of the steady movement of the solar system, we could readily understand and appreciate the perfect harmony of the picture. We might also assume that the Platonic vision of the cosmos was faintly glimmering through the mist of a dreamlike consciousness. But there is something in the vision that does not quite accord with the harmonious perfection of the Platonic picture. The 2 circles are each of a different nature. Not only is their movement different, but their color too. The vertical circle is blue and the horizontal one containing 4 colors is golden. The blue circle might easily symbolize the blue hemisphere of the sky, while the horizontal circle would represent the horizon with its 4 cardinal points, personified by the 4 little men and characterized by the 4 colors. In a former dream, the 4 points were represented once by 4 children and another time by the 4 seasons. This picture immediately calls to mind the medieval representations of the world in the form of a circle or in the shape of the Rex Gloriae with the 4 evangelists, or the Melaphysia, where the horizon is formed by the zodiac. The representation of the triumphant Christ seems to be derived from similar pictures of Horus and his 4 sons. There are also Eastern analogies. the Buddhist mandalas or circles, usually of Tibetan origin. These consist as a rule of a circular padma or lotus which contains a square sacred building with 4 gates, indicating the 4 cardinal points and the seasons. The center contains a Buddha, or more often the conjunction of Shiva and his Shakti, or an equivalent Dori, thunderbolt, symbol. They are yantras or ritualistic instruments for the purpose of contemplation, concentration, and the final transformation of the yogi's consciousness into the divine all-consciousness. However striking these analogies may be, they are not entirely satisfactory, because they all emphasize the center to such an extent that they seem to have been made in order to express the importance of the central figure. In our case, however, the center is empty. It consists only of a mathematical point. The parallels I have mentioned depict the world-creating or world-ruling deity, or else man in his dependence upon the celestial constellations. Our symbol is a clock, symbolizing time. The only analogy I can think of to such a symbol is the design of the horoscope. It too has 4 cardinal points and an empty center. And there is another remarkable correspondence. Rotation is often mentioned in the previous dreams, and this is usually reported as moving to the left. The horoscope has 12 houses that progress numerically to the left, that is, counterclockwise. Paradise consists of 49 rotating spheres. They are called cycles, centuries, being the prototypes or archetypes of the earthly centuries. But, as the angel who serves as a guide to Guillaume explains, the ecclesiastical expression, in secula seculorum, means eternity and not ordinary time. A golden heaven surrounds all the spheres. When Guillaume looked up to the golden heaven, he suddenly became aware of a small circle, only 3 feet wide and of the color of sapphire. He says of this circle, it came out of the golden heaven at one point and re-entered it at another, and it made the whole tour of the golden heaven. Evidently the blue circle was rolling like a disk upon a great circle which intersected the golden sphere of heaven. Here, then, we have 2 different systems, the one golden, the other blue, and the one cutting through the other. What is the blue circle? The angel again explains to the wondering Guillaume. This circle is the calendar, which spinning round the course entire, shows the feast day of each saint, and when it should be celebrate. Each saint goes once round all the way. Each star you see stands for a day, and every sun denotes a spell of 30 days zodiacal. The blue circle is the ecclesiastical calendar. So here we have another parallel, the element of time. It will be remembered that time, in our vision, is characterized or measured by 3 pulses. Guillaume's calendar circle is 3 feet in diameter. Moreover, while Guillaume is gazing at the blue circle, 3 spirits clad in purple suddenly appear. The angel explains that this is the feast day of the 3 saints, and he goes on to discourse about the whole zodiac. When he comes to the sign of the fishes, he mentions the feast of the 12 fishermen which precedes that of the Holy Trinity. Whereupon Guillaume tells the angel that he has never quite understood the symbol of the Trinity. He asks him to be good enough to explain this mystery. Whereupon the angel answers, well, there are 3 principal colors, green, red, and golden. One can see them united in the peacock's tail. And he goes on, the Almighty King who puts 3 colors in one, cannot he also make one substance to be 3? The golden color, he says, belongs to the Father, the red to the Son, and the green to the Holy Ghost. Then the angel warns the poet not to ask any more questions and disappears. We know, happily enough, from the angel's teaching, that 3 has to do with the Trinity. So we also know that the Holy Ghost is the cause of the viriditas, greenness. Former digression into the field of mystical speculation on the Trinity was not far off the mark. At the same time we meet with the motif of the colors, but unfortunately our patient has 4, whereas Guillaume, or rather the angel, speaks only of 3 gold, red, and green. Here we might quote the opening words of the Timaeus, 3 there are, but where is the 4th? Or we could quote the very same words from Goethe's Faust, from the famous cabaret scene in Part Il, where the cadre bring the vision of that mysterious, strange treble, the severe image, from the sea. The four little men of our vision are dwarfs or cadre. They represent the four cardinal points and the four seasons, as well as the four colors and the four elements. In the Timaeus, as also in Faust and the P. Larinage, something seems to be wrong with the number 4. The missing fourth color is obviously blue. It is the one that belongs to the series yellow, red, and green. Why is blue missing? What is wrong with the calendar? Or with time? Or with the color blue? Poor old Guillaume has evidently been stumped by the same problem. 3 there are, but where is the fourth? He was eager to learn something about the Trinity which, as he says, he had never quite understood. And it is slightly suspicious that the angel is in such a hurry to get away before Guillaume can ask any more awkward questions. Well, I suppose Guillaume was unconscious when he went to heaven, otherwise he surely would have drawn certain conclusions from what he saw. Now what did he actually see? First he saw the spheres or inhabited by those who had attained eternal bliss. Then he beheld the heaven of gold, the sealed door, and there was the King of heaven sitting upon a golden throne and, beside him, the Queen of heaven sitting upon a round throne of brown crystal. This latter detail refers to the fact that Mary is supposed to have been taken up to heaven with her body, as the only mortal being permitted to unite with the body before the resurrection of the dead. The King is usually represented as the triumphant Christ in conjunction with his bride, the Church. But the all-important point is that the King, being Christ, is at the same time the Trinity, and that the introduction of a fourth person, the Queen, makes it a quaternity. The royal pair represents in ideal form the unity of the two under the role of the one, binarius sub monipia unarii, as Dawn would say. Moreover, in the brown crystal, the realm of quaternity in the elements, into which the before-warned binarius was cast, has been exalted to the throne of the supreme intercessor, Mary. Consequently, the quaternity of the natural elements appears not only in close conjunction with the corpus mysticum of the bridal church or Queen of heaven. Often it is difficult to distinguish between the two, but in immediate relationship to the Trinity. Gerhard Dorn had a similar conception of circular figures intersecting and disturbing one another. On the one hand, the circular system of the Trinity, and on the other, the devil's attempt to construct a system of his own. He says, "It is to be noted, moreover, that the center is unary, and its circle is ternary, but whatever is inserted between the center and the circumference, and enters the enclosed realm, is to be taken as binary, be it another circle or any other figure whatever." So the devil fabricated a circle of sorts for himself and tried to devise a circular system with it, but for various reasons the attempt failed. In the end, all he produced was the figure of a twofold serpent lifting up 4 horns, and therefore is the kingdom of the monomachy, monomachii regnum, divided against itself. Being the binarius in person, the devil could hardly have produced anything else. De Duello, Theatrum Chemicum, 1602, page 547. Already in the alchemy of Zosimos, the devil appears as the imitator, ape of God. Blue is the color of Mary's celestial cloak. She is the earth covered by the blue tent of the sky, but why should the Mother of God not be mentioned? According to the dogma, she is only beata, not divine. Moreover, she represents the earth, which is also the body and its darkness. That is the reason why she, the All-Merciful, has the power of attorney to plead for all sinners, but also why, despite her privileged position, it is not possible for the angels to sin. She has a relationship with the Trinity which is rationally not comprehensible, since it is so close and yet so distant. As the matrix, the vessel, the earth, she can be interpreted allegorically as the rotundum, which is characterized by the 4 cardinal points, and hence as the globe with the 4 quarters, God's footstool, or as the foursquare, heavenly city, or the beflower of the sea, in which Christ lies hidden in a word, as a mandala. This, according to the tantric idea of the lotus, is feminine, and for readily understandable reasons. The lotus is the eternal birthplace of the gods. It corresponds to the western rose in which the King of Glory sits, often supported by the 4 evangelists, who correspond to the 4 quarters. From this precious piece of medieval psychology we gain some insight into the meaning of our patient's mandala. It unites the four and they function together harmoniously. My patient had been brought up a Catholic and thus, unwittingly, he was confronted with the same problem which caused not a little worry to old Guillaume. It was, indeed, a great problem to the Middle Ages, this problem of the Trinity in the exclusion, or the very qualified recognition, of the feminine element, of the earth, the body, and matter in general, which were yet, in the form of Mary's womb, the sacred abode of the deity and the indispensable instrument for the divine work of redemption. My patient's vision is a symbolic answer to this age-old question. That is probably the deeper reason why the image of the world clock produced the impression of most sublime harmony. It was the first intimation of a possible solution of the devastating conflict between matter and spirit, between the desires of the flesh and the love of God. The miserable and ineffectual compromise of the church dream is completely overcome in this mandala vision, where all opposites are reconciled. If we hark back to the old Pythagorean idea that the soul is a square, then the mandala would express the deity through its threefold rhythm and the soul through its static quaternity, the circle divided into four colors. And thus its innermost meaning would simply be the union of the soul with God. As the world clock also represents the quadratura circuli and the perpetual mobile, both these preoccupations of the medieval mind find adequate expression in our mandala. The golden circle and its contents represent the quaternity in the form of the four kagri and the four colors, and the blue circle represents the Trinity and the movement of time, according to Guillaume. In our case, the hand of the blue circle has the fastest movement, while the golden circle moves slowly. Whereas the blue circle seems to be somewhat incongruous in Guillaume's golden heaven, the circles in our case are harmoniously combined. The Trinity is now the life, the pulse of the whole system, with a threefold rhythm based, however, on 32, a multiple of 4. This agrees with the view I expressed before, that the quaternity is the sine qua non of divine birth and, consequently, of the inner life of the Trinity. Thus circle and quaternity on one side and the threefold rhythm on the other interpenetrate so that each is contained in the other. In Guillaume's version the Trinity is obvious enough, but the quaternity is concealed in the duality of the King and Queen of Heaven. What is more, the blue color does not belong to the Queen but to the calendar, which represents time and is characterized by Trinitarian attributes. There seems to be a mutual interpenetration of symbols, just as in our case. Interpenetrations of qualities and contents are typical not only of symbols in general, but also of the essential similarity of the content symbolized. Without this similarity, no interpenetration would be possible at all. We therefore find interpenetration also in the Christian conception of the Trinity, where the Father appears in the Son in the Father, the Holy Ghost in Father and Son, or both these in the Holy Ghost as the Paraclete. The progression from Father to Son and the Son's appearance on earth at a particular moment would represent the time element, while the spatial element would be personified by the Mother Day. The mother quality was originally an attribute of the Holy Ghost, and the latter was known as Sophia Sapientia by certain early Christians. This feminine quality could not be completely eradicated. It still adheres to the symbol of the Holy Ghost, the Columbus Spiritus Sancti. But the quaternity is entirely absent from the dogma, though it appears in early ecclesiastical symbolism. I refer to the cross with equal arms enclosed in the circle, the triumphant Christ with the 4 evangelists, the tetramorph, and so on. In later ecclesiastical symbolism, the Rosa Mystica, the Vas Devotionis, the Fons Signatus, and the Hortus Concursus appear as attributes of the Mother Day and of the spiritualized earth. It would hardly be worthwhile to look at all these relationships in a psychological light if the conceptions of the Trinity were nothing more than the ingenuities of human reason. I have always taken the view that they belong to the type of revelation to which Coection has recently given the name of gnosis, not to be confused with Gnosticism. Revelation is an unveiling of the depths of the human soul first and foremost, a laying bare. Hence it is an essentially psychological event, though this does not, of course, tell us what else it might be. That lies outside the province of science. My view comes very close to Coettion's lapidary formula, which moreover bears the ecclesiastical imprimatur. The Trinity is a revelation not only of God but at the same time of man. 18. Our mandala is an abstract, almost mathematical representation of some of the main problems discussed in medieval Christian philosophy. The abstraction goes so far, indeed, that if it had not been for the help of Guillaume's vision, we might have overlooked its widespread system of roots in human history. The patient did not possess any real knowledge of the historical material. He knew only what anybody who had received a smattering of religious instruction in early childhood would know. He himself saw no connection between his world clock and any religious symbolism. One can readily understand this, since the vision contains nothing at first sight that would remind anyone of religion. Yet the vision itself came shortly after the dream of the House of the Gathering. And that dream was the answer to the problem of 3 and 4 represented in a still earlier dream. There it was a matter of a rectangular space, on the 4 sides of which were 4 goblets filled with colored water. One was yellow, another red, the third green, and the 4th colorless. Obviously blue was missing, yet it had been connected with the 3 other colors in a previous vision, where a bear appeared in the depths of a cavern. The bear had 4 eyes emitting red, yellow, green, and blue light. Astonishingly enough, in the later dream the blue color had disappeared. At the same time, the customary square was transformed into an oblong, which had never appeared before. The cause of this manifest disturbance was the dreamer's resistance to the feminine element represented by the anima. In the dream of the House of the Gathering, the voice confirms this fact. It says, "What you are doing is dangerous. Religion is not the tax you pay in order to get rid of the woman's image, for this image cannot be got rid of. The woman's image is exactly what we would call the anima." 19. It is normal for a man to resist his anima, because she represents, as I said before, the unconscious and all those tendencies and contents hitherto excluded from conscious life. They were excluded for a number of reasons, both real and apparent. Some are suppressed and some are repressed. As a rule, those tendencies that represent the antisocial elements in man's psychic structure, what I call the statistical criminal, in everybody are suppressed, that is, they are consciously and deliberately disposed of. But tendencies that are merely repressed are usually of a somewhat doubtful character. They are not so much antisocial as unconventional and socially awkward. The reason why we repress them is equally doubtful. Some people repress them from sheer cowardice, others from conventional morality, and others again for reasons of respectability. Repression is a sort of half-conscious and half-hearted letting go of things, a dropping of hot cakes or a reviling of grapes which hang too high, or a looking the other way in order not to become conscious of one's desires. Freud discovered that repression is one of the main mechanisms in the making of a neurosis. Suppression amounts to a conscious moral choice, but repression is a rather immoral penchant for getting rid of disagreeable decisions. Suppression may cause worry, conflict, and suffering, but it never causes a neurosis. Neurosis is always a substitute for legitimate suffering. If one discounts the statistical criminal, there still remains the vast domain of inferior qualities and primitive tendencies which belong to the psychic structure of the man who is less ideal and more primitive than we should like to be. We have certain ideas as to how a civilized or educated or moral being should live, and we occasionally do our best to fulfill these ambitious expectations. But since nature has not bestowed the same blessings upon each of her children, some are more and others less gifted. Thus there are people who can just afford to live properly and respectably, that is to say, no manifest flaw is discoverable. They either commit minor sins, if they sin at all, or their sins are concealed from them by a thick layer of unconsciousness. One is rather inclined to be lenient with sinners who are unconscious of their sins. But nature is not at all lenient with unconscious sinners. She punishes them just as severely as if they had committed a conscious offense. Thus we find, as the pious Henry Drummond once observed, that it is highly moral people, unaware of their other side, who develop particularly hellish moods which make them insupportable to their relatives. The odor of sanctity may be far-reaching, but to live with a saint might well cause an inferiority complex or even a wild outburst of immorality in individuals less morally gifted. Morality seems to be a gift like intelligence. You cannot pump it into a system to which it is not indigenous. Unfortunately, there can be no doubt that man is, on the whole, less good than he imagines himself or wants to be. Everyone carries a shadow, and the less it is embodied in the individual's conscious life, the blacker and denser it is. If an inferiority is conscious, one always has a chance to correct it. Furthermore, it is constantly in contact with other interests, so that it is continually subjected to modifications. But if it is repressed and isolated from consciousness, it never gets corrected, and is liable to burst forth suddenly in a moment of unawareness. At all events, it forms an unconscious snag, blocking the most well-meant attempts. We carry our past with us, to wit, the primitive and inferior man with his desires and emotions, and it is only with an enormous effort that we can detach ourselves from this burden. If it comes to a neurosis, we invariably have to deal with a considerably intensified shadow. And if such a person wants to be cured, it is necessary to find a way in which his conscious personality and his shadow can live together. This is a very serious problem for all those who are themselves in such a predicament or have to help sick people back to normal life. Mere suppression of the shadow is as little of a remedy as beheading would be for headache. To destroy a man's morality does not help either, because it would kill his better self, without which even the shadow makes no sense. The reconciliation of these opposites is a major problem, and even in antiquity it bothered certain minds. Thus we know of an otherwise legendary personality of the 2nd century, Carpocrates, a Neoplatonist philosopher whose school, according to Irenaeus, taught that good and evil are merely human opinions and that the soul, before its departure from the body, must pass through the whole gamut of human experience to the very end if it is not to fall back into the prison of the body. It is as if the soul could only ransom itself from imprisonment in the somatic world of the demiurge by complete fulfillment of all life's demands. The bodily existence in which we find ourselves is a kind of hostile brother whose conditions must first be known. It was in this sense that the Carpocratians interpreted Matthew 25f. Also Luke 58f, agree with thine adversary quickly, whilst thou art in the way with him, lest at any time the adversary deliver thee to the church, and the church deliver thee to the officer, and thou be cast into prison. Verily I say unto thee, thou shalt by no means come out thence, till thou hast paid the uttermost farthing. Remembering the other Gnostic doctrine that no man can be redeemed from a sin he has not committed, we are here confronted with a problem of the very greatest importance, obscured though it is by the Christian abhorrence of anything Gnostic. Inasmuch as the somatic man, the adversary, is none other than the other in me, it is plain that the Carpocratian mode of thought would lead to the following interpretation of Matthew 22f. But I say unto you, that whosoever is angry with himself without a cause shall be in danger of the judgment, and whosoever shall say to himself, Raka, shall be in danger of the council, but whosoever shall say, Thou fool, shall be in danger of hell fire. Therefore if thou bring thy gift to the altar, and there rememberest that thou hast aught against thyself, leave there thy gift before the altar, and go thy way, first be reconciled to thyself, and then come and offer thy gift. Agree with thyself quickly, whilst thou art in the way with thyself, lest at any time thou deliverest thyself to the church. From here it is but a step to the uncanonical saying, Man, if indeed thou knowest what thou doest, thou art blessed, but if thou knowest not, thou art cursed, and a transgressor of the law. But the problem comes very close indeed in the parable of the unjust steward, which is a stumbling block in more senses than one. And the Lord commended the unjust steward, because he had done wisely. Luke 8. In the Vulgate the word for wisely is prudenter, and in the Greek text it is prudently, sensibly, intelligently. There's no denying that practical intelligence functions here as a court of ethical decision. Perhaps, despite Irenaeus, we may credit the Carpocratians with this much insight, and allow that they too, like the unjust steward, were commendably aware of how to save face. It is natural that the more robust mentality of the Church Fathers could not appreciate the delicacy and the merit of this subtle and, from a modern point of view, immensely practical argument. It was also dangerous, and it is still the most vital and yet the most ticklish ethical problem of a civilization that has forgotten why man's life should be sacrificial, that is, offered up to an idea greater than himself. Man can live the most amazing things if they make sense to him. But the difficulty is to create that sense. It must be a conviction, naturally, but you find that the most convincing things man can invent are cheap and ready-made, and are never able to convince him against his personal desires and fears. If the repressed tendencies, the shadow as I call them, were obviously evil, there would be no problem whatever. But the shadow is merely somewhat inferior, primitive, unadapted, and awkward, not wholly bad. It even contains childish or primitive qualities which would in a way vitalize and embellish human existence, but it is not done. The educated public. The flower of our present civilization has detached itself from its roots and is about to lose its connection with the earth as well. There James, trans, the apocryphal New Testament, page 33. Is no civilized country nowadays where the lowest strata of the population are not in a state of unrest and dissent. In a number of European nations, such a condition is overtaking the upper strata too. This state of affairs demonstrates our psychological problem on a gigantic scale. Inasmuch as collectivities are mere accumulations of individuals, their problems are accumulations of individual problems. One set of people identifies itself with the superior man and cannot descend, and the other set identifies itself with the inferior man and wants to get to the top. Such problems are never solved by legislation or by tricks. They are solved only by a general change of attitude. And the change does not begin with propaganda and mass meetings, or with violence. It begins with a change in individuals. It will continue as a transformation of their personal likes and dislikes, of their outlook on life and of their values, and only the accumulation of these individual changes will produce a collective solution. The educated man tries to repress the inferior man in himself, not realizing that by so doing he forces the latter into revolt. It is characteristic of my patient that he once dreamt of a military party that wanted to strangle the left completely. Somebody remarks that the left is weak enough anyway, but the military party answers that this is just why it ought to be strangled completely. The dream shows how my patient dealt with his own inferior man. This is clearly not the right method. The dream of the house of the gathering, on the contrary, shows a religious attitude as the correct answer to his question. The mandala seems to be an amplification of this particular point. Historically, as we have seen, the mandala served as a symbol to clarify the nature of the deity philosophically, or to represent the same thing in a visible form for the purpose of adoration, or, as in the East, as a yantra for yoga practices. The wholeness, perfection, of the celestial circle and the squareness of the earth, combining the four principles or elements or psychic qualities, express completeness and union. Thus the mandala has the status of a uniting symbol. As the union of God and man is expressed in the symbol of Christ or the cross, we would expect the patient's world clock to have a similar reconciling significance. Prejudiced by historical analogies, we would expect a deity to occupy the center of the mandala. The center is, however, empty. The seat of the deity is unoccupied, in spite of the fact that, when we analyze the mandala in terms of its historical models, we arrive at the god symbolized by the circle and the goddess symbolized by the square. Instead of goddess, we could also say earth or soul. Despite the historical prejudice, however, the fact must be insisted upon that, as in the house of the gathering, where the place of the sacred image was occupied by the quaternity, we find no trace of a deity in the mandala, but, on the contrary, a mechanism. I do not believe that we have any right to disregard such an important fact in favor of a preconceived idea. A dream or a vision is just what it seems to be. It is not a disguise for something else. It is a natural product, which is precisely a thing without ulterior motive. I have seen many hundreds of mandalas done by patients who were quite uninfluenced, and I have found the same fact in an overwhelming majority of cases. There was never a deity occupying the center. The center, as a rule, is emphasized. But what we find there is a symbol with a very different meaning. It is a star, a sun, a flower, a cross with equal arms, a precious stone, a bowl filled with water or wine, a serpent coiled up, or a human being, but never a god. When we find a triumphant Christ in the rose window of a medieval church, we rightly assume that this must be a central symbol of the Christian cult. At the same time, we also assume that any religion which is rooted in the history of a people is as much an expression of their psychology as the form of political government. For instance, that the people have developed. The cross has also the meaning of a boundary stone between heaven and hell, since it is set up in the center of the cosmos and extends to all sides. The Tibetan mandala occupies a similar central position, its upper half rising up to heaven out of the earth, like the hemispherical stupas at Sanchi, India, with hell lying below. I have often found the same construction in individual mandalas, the light world on top, the dark below, as if they were projecting into these worlds. There is a similar design in Jacob Boehm's reversed eye or philosophical mirror. If we apply the same method to the modern mandalas that people have seen in dreams or visions, or have developed through active imagination, we reach the conclusion that mandalas are expressions of a certain attitude which we cannot help calling religious. Religion is a relationship to the highest or most powerful value, be it positive or negative. The relationship is voluntary as well as involuntary, that is to say, you can accept, consciously, the value by which you are possessed unconsciously. That psychological fact which wields the greatest power in your system functions as a god, since it is always the overwhelming psychic factor that is called God. As soon as a god ceases to be an overwhelming factor, he dwindles to a mere name. His essence is dead and his power is gone. Why did the gods of antiquity lose their prestige and their effect on the human soul? Because the Olympians had served their time and a new mystery began. God became man. If we allow ourselves to draw conclusions from modern mandalas, we should ask people, first, whether they worship stars, suns, flowers, and snakes. They will deny this, and at the same time they will assert that the globes, stars, crosses, and the like are symbols for a center in themselves. And if asked what they mean by this center, they will begin to stammer and to refer to this or that experience, which may turn out to be something very similar to the confession of my patient, who found that the vision of his world clock had left him with a wonderful feeling of perfect harmony. Others will confess that a similar vision came to them in a moment of extreme pain or profound despair. To others again, it is the memory of a sublime dream or of a moment when lone and fruitless struggles came to an end and a reign of peace began. If you sum up what people tell you about their experiences, you can formulate it this way: they came to themselves, they could accept themselves, they were able to become reconciled to themselves, and thus were reconciled to adverse circumstances and events. This is almost like what used to be expressed by saying, he has made his peace with God, he has sacrificed his own will, he has submitted himself to the will of God. A modern mandala is an involuntary confession of a peculiar mental condition. There is no deity in the mandala, nor is there any submission or reconciliation to a deity. The place of the deity seems to be taken by the wholeness of man. For when one speaks of man, everybody means his own ego personality, that is, his personality so far as he is conscious of it, and when one speaks of others, one assumes that they have a very similar personality. But since modern research has acquainted us with the fact that individual consciousness is based on and surrounded by an indefinitely extended unconscious psyche, we must needs revise our somewhat old-fashioned prejudice that man is nothing but his consciousness. This naive assumption must be confronted at once with the critical question, whose consciousness? The fact is, it would be a difficult task to reconcile the picture I have of myself with the one which other people have of me. Who is right? And who is the real individual? If we go further and consider the fact that man is also what neither he himself nor other people know of him, an unknown something which can yet be proved to exist, the problem of identity becomes more difficult still. Indeed, it is quite impossible to define the extent and the ultimate character of psychic existence. When we now speak of man, we mean the indefinable whole of him, an ineffable totality which can only be formulated symbolically. I have chosen the term self to designate the totality of man, the sum total of his conscious and unconscious contents that have chosen this term in accordance with Eastern philosophy, which for centuries has occupied itself with the problems that arise when even the gods cease to incarnate. The philosophy of the Upanishads corresponds to a psychology that long ago recognized the relativity of the gods. This is not to be confused with a stupid error like atheism. The world is as it ever has been, but our consciousness undergoes peculiar changes. First, in remote times, which can still be observed among primitives living today, the main body of psychic life was apparently in human and in non-human objects. It was projected, as we should say now. Consciousness can hardly exist in a state of complete projection. At most it would be a heap of emotions. Through the withdrawal of projections, conscious knowledge slowly developed. Science, curiously enough, began with the discovery of astronomical laws, and hence with the withdrawal, so to speak, of the most distant projections. This was the first stage in the despiritualization of the world. One step followed another. Already in antiquity the gods were withdrawn from mountains and rivers, from trees and animals. Modern science has subtilized its projections to an almost unrecognizable degree, but our ordinary life still swarms with them. You can find them spread out in the newspapers, in books, rumors, and ordinary social gossip. All gaps in our actual knowledge are still filled out with projections. We are still so sure we know what other people think or what their true character is. We are convinced that certain people have all the bad qualities we do not know in ourselves, or that they practice all those vices which could, of course, never be our own. We must still be exceedingly careful not to project our own shadows too shamelessly. We are still swamped with projected illusions. If you imagine someone who is brave enough to withdraw all these projections, then you get an individual who is conscious of a considerable shadow. Such a man has saddled himself with new problems and conflicts. He has become a serious problem to himself, as he is now unable to say that they do this or that, they are wrong, and they must be fought against. He lives in the house of the gathering. Such a man knows that whatever is wrong in the world is in himself, and if he only learns to deal with his own shadow, he has done something real for the world. He has succeeded in shouldering at least an infinitesimal part of the gigantic, unsolved social problems of our day. These problems are mostly so difficult because they are poisoned by mutual projections. How can anyone see straight when he does not even see himself and the darkness he unconsciously carries with him into all his dealings? This fact accounts for the theory of animism. Modern psychological development leads to a much better understanding as to what man really consists of. The gods at first lived in superhuman power and beauty on the top of snow-clad mountains or in the darkness of caves, woods, and seas. Later on they drew together into one god, and then that god became man. But in our day, even the God-man seems to have descended from his throne and to be dissolving himself in the common man. That is probably why his seat is empty. Instead, the common man suffers from a hybris of consciousness that borders on the pathological. This psychic condition in the individual corresponds by and large to the hypertrophy and totalitarian pretensions of the idealized state. In the same way that the state has caught the individual imagines that he has caught the psyche and holds her in the hollow of his hand. He is even making a science of her in the absurd supposition that the intellect, which is but a part and a function of the psyche, is sufficient to comprehend the much greater whole. In reality, the psyche is the mother and the maker, the subject, and even the possibility of consciousness itself. It reaches so far beyond the boundaries of consciousness that the latter could easily be compared to an island in the ocean. Whereas the island is small and narrow, the ocean is immensely wide and deep and contains a life infinitely surpassing, in kind and degree, anything known on the island, so that if it is a question of space, it does not matter whether the gods are inside or outside. It might be objected that there is no proof that consciousness is nothing more than an island in the ocean. Certainly it is impossible to prove this, since the known range of consciousness is confronted with the unknown extension of the unconscious, of which we only know that it exists, and by the very fact of its existence exerts a limiting influence on consciousness and its freedom. Wherever unconsciousness reigns, there is bondage and possession. The immensity of the ocean is simply a comparison. It expresses in allegorical form the capacity of the unconscious to limit and threaten consciousness. Empirical psychology loved, until recently, to explain the unconscious as mere absence of consciousness. The term itself indicates as much just as shadow is an absence of light. Today, accurate observation of unconscious processes has recognized, with all other ages before us, that the unconscious possesses a creative autonomy such as a mere shadow could never be endowed with. When Karras, von Hartmann and, in a sense, Schopenhauer equated the unconscious with the world-creating principle, they were only summing up all those teachings of the past which, grounded in inner experience, saw the mysterious agent personified as the gods. It suits our hypertrophied and hybristic modern consciousness not to be mindful of the dangerous autonomy of the unconscious and to treat it negatively as an absence of consciousness. The hypothesis of invisible gods or demons would be, psychologically, a far more appropriate formulation, even though it would be an anthropomorphic projection. But since the development of consciousness requires the withdrawal of all the projections we can lay our hands on, it is not possible to maintain any non-psychological doctrine about the gods. If the historical process of world despiritualization continues as hitherto, then everything of a divine or demonic character outside us must return to the psyche, to the inside of the unknown man, whence it apparently originated. 14. The materialistic error was probably unavoidable at first. Since the throne of God could not be discovered among the galactic systems, the inference was that God had never existed. The second unavoidable error is psychologism. If God is anything, he must be an illusion derived from certain motives, from will to power, for instance, or from repressed sexuality. These arguments are not new. Much the same thing was said by the Christian missionaries who overthrew the idols of heathen gods. But whereas the early missionaries were conscious of serving a new God by combating the old ones, modern iconoclasts are unconscious of the one in whose name they are destroying old values. Nietzsche thought himself quite conscious and responsible when he smashed the old tablets, yet he felt a peculiar need to back himself up with a revivified Zarathustra, a sort of alter ego, with whom he often identifies himself in his great tragedy Thus Spake Zarathustra. Nietzsche was no atheist, but his God was dead. The result of this demise was a split in himself, and he felt compelled to call the other self Zarathustra, or, at times, Dionysus. In his fatal illness he signed his letters Zagreus, the dismembered god of the Thracians. The tragedy of Zarathustra is that, because his god died, Nietzsche himself became a god, and this happened because he was no atheist. He was of too positive a nature to tolerate the urban neurosis of atheism. It seems dangerous for such a man to assert that God is dead. He instantly becomes the victim of inflation. Far from being a negation, God is actually the strongest and most effective position the psyche can reach, in exactly the same sense in which Paul speaks of people whose God is their belly. Phil. 19. The strongest and therefore the decisive factor in any individual psyche compels the same belief or fear, submission or devotion which a God would demand from man. Anything despotic and inescapable is in this sense God, and it becomes absolute unless, by an ethical decision freely chosen, one succeeds in building up against this natural phenomenon a position that is equally strong and invincible. If this psychic position proves to be absolutely effective, it surely deserves to be named a God, and what is more, a spiritual God, since it sprang from the freedom of ethical decision and therefore from the mind. Man is free to decide whether God shall be a spirit or a natural phenomenon like the craving of a morphine addict, and hence whether God shall act as a beneficent or a destructive force. However indubitable and clearly understandable these psychic events or decisions may be, they are very apt to lead people to the false, unpsychological conclusion that it rests with them to decide whether they will create a God for themselves or not. There is no question of that, since each of us is equipped with a psychic disposition that limits our freedom in high degree and makes it practically illusory. Not only is freedom of the will an incalculable problem philosophically, it is also a misnomer in the practical sense, for we seldom find anybody who is not influenced and indeed dominated by desires, habits, impulses, prejudices, resentments, and by every conceivable kind of complex. All these natural facts function exactly like an Olympus full of deities who want to be propitiated, served, feared, and worshipped, not only by the individual owner of this assorted pantheon, but by everybody in his vicinity. Bondage and possession are synonymous. Always, therefore, there is something in the psyche that takes possession and limits or suppresses our moral freedom. In order to hide this undeniable but exceedingly unpleasant fact from ourselves and at the same time pay lip service to freedom, we have got accustomed to saying apotropaically, I have such and such a desire or habit or feeling of resentment, instead of the more voracious, such and such a desire or habit or feeling of resentment has me. The latter formulation would certainly rob us even of the illusion of freedom. But I ask myself whether this would not be better in the end than fuddling ourselves with words. The truth is that we do not enjoy masterless freedom. We are continually threatened by psychic factors which, in the guise of natural phenomena, may take possession of us at any moment. The withdrawal of metaphysical projections leaves us almost defenseless in the face of this happening, for we immediately identify with every impulse instead of giving it the name of the other, which would at least hold it at arm's length and prevent it from storming the citadel of the ego. Principalities and powers are always with us. We have no need to create them even if we could. It is merely incumbent on us to choose the master we wish to serve, so that his service shall be our safeguard against being mastered by the other, whom we have not chosen. We do not create God, we choose him. Though our choice characterizes and defines God, it is always man-made, and the definition it gives is therefore finite and imperfect. Even the idea of perfection does not posit perfection. The definition is an image, but this image does not raise the unknown fact it designates into the realm of intelligibility, otherwise we would be entitled to say that we had created a God. That the master we choose is not identical with the image we project of him in time and space. He goes on working as before, like an unknown quantity in the depths of the psyche. We do not even know the nature of the simplest thought, let alone the ultimate principles of the psyche. Also, we have no control over its inner life. But because this inner life is intrinsically free and not subject to our will and intentions, it may easily happen that the living thing chosen and defined by us will drop out of its setting, the man-made image, even against our will. Then, perhaps, we could say with Nietzsche, God is dead. Yet it would be truer to say, he has put off our image, and where shall we find him again? The interregnum is full of danger, for the natural facts will raise their claim in the form of various isms, which are productive of nothing but anarchy and destruction, because inflation and man's hybris between them have elected to make the ego, in all its ridiculous paltriness, lord of the universe. That was the case with Nietzsche, the uncomprehended portent of a whole epoch. The individual ego is much too small, its brain is much too feeble, to incorporate all the projections withdrawn from the world. Ego and brain burst asunder in the effort. The psychiatrist calls it schizophrenia. When Nietzsche said, God is dead, he uttered a truth which is valid for the greater part of Europe. People were influenced by it not because he said so, but because it stated a widespread psychological fact. The consequences were not long delayed. After the fog of isms, the catastrophe. Nobody thought of drawing the slightest conclusions from Nietzsche's pronouncement. Yet it has, for some years, the same eerie sound as that ancient cry which came echoing over the sea to mark the end of the nature gods, Great Pan is dead. The life of Christ is understood by the Church on the one hand as an historical, and on the other hand as an eternally existing mystery. This is especially evident in the sacrifice of the Massachusetts. From a psychological standpoint, this view can be translated as follows. Christ lived a concrete, personal, and unique life which, in all essential features, had at the same time an archetypal character. This character can be recognized from the numerous connections of the biographical details with worldwide myth motifs. These undeniable connections are the main reason why it is so difficult for researchers into the life of Jesus to construct from the Gospel reports an individual life divested of myth. In the Gospels themselves, factual reports, legends, and myths are woven into a whole. This is precisely what constitutes the meaning of the Gospels, and they would immediately lose their character of wholeness if one tried to separate the individual from the archetypal with a critical scalpel. The life of Christ is no exception in that not a few of the great figures of history have realized, more or less clearly, the archetype of the hero's life with its characteristic changes of fortune. But the ordinary man, too, unconsciously lives archetypal forms, and if these are no longer valued, it is only because of the prevailing psychological ignorance. Indeed, even the fleeting phenomena of dreams often reveal distinctly archetypal patterns. At bottom, all psychic events are so deeply grounded in the archetype and are so much interwoven with it that in every case considerable critical effort is needed to separate the unique from the typical with any certainty. Ultimately, every individual life is at the same time the eternal life of the species. The individual is continuously historical because strictly time-bound. The relation of the type to time, on the other hand, is irrelevant. Since the life of Christ is archetypal to a high degree, it represents to just that degree the life of the archetype. But since the archetype is the unconscious precondition of every human life, its life, when revealed, also reveals the hidden, unconscious ground life of every individual. That is to say, what happens in the life of Christ happens always and everywhere. In the Christian archetype, all lives of this kind are prefigured and are expressed over and over again, all once and for all. And in it, too, the question that concerns us here of God's death is anticipated in perfect form. Christ himself is the typical dying and self-transforming God. The psychological situation from which we started is tantamount to, "Why seek ye the living among the dead? He is not here," Luke 5f. But where shall we find the risen Christ? I do not expect any believing Christian to pursue these thoughts of mine any further, for they will probably seem to him absurd. I am not, however, addressing myself to the happy possessors of faith, but to those many people for whom the light has gone out, the mystery has faded, and God is dead. For most of them there is no going back, and one does not know either whether going back is always the better way. To gain an understanding of religious matters, probably all that is left us today is the psychological approach. That is why I take these thought forms that have become historically fixed, try to melt them down again and pour them into molds of immediate experience. It is certainly a difficult undertaking to discover connecting links between dogma and immediate experience of psychological archetypes, but a study of the natural symbols of the unconscious gives us the necessary raw material. God's death, or his disappearance, is by no means only a Christian symbol. The search which follows the death is still repeated today after the death of a Dalai Lama, and in antiquity. It was celebrated in the annual search for the Kore. Such a wide distribution argues in favor of the universal occurrence of this typical psychic process. The highest value, which gives life and meaning, has got lost. This is a typical experience that has been repeated many times, and its expression therefore occupies a central place in the Christian mystery. The death or loss must always repeat itself. Christ always dies, and always he is born, for the psychic life of the archetype is timeless in comparison with our individual time-boundness. According to what laws now one and now another aspect of the archetype enters into active manifestation, I do not know. I only know, and here I am expressing what countless other people know, that the present is a time of God's death and disappearance. The myth says he was not to be found where his body was laid. Body means the outward, visible form, the erstwhile but ephemeral setting for the highest value. The myth further says that the value rose again in a miraculous manner, transformed. It appears as a miracle, for, when a value disappears, it always seems to be lost irretrievably. So it is quite unexpected that it should come back. The 3 days' descent into hell during death describes the sinking of the vanished value into the unconscious, where, by conquering the power of darkness, it establishes a new order, and then rises up to heaven again, that is, attains supreme clarity of consciousness. The fact that only a few people see the risen one means that no small difficulties stand in the way of finding and recognizing the transformed value. I showed earlier, with the help of dreams, how the unconscious produces a natural symbol, technically termed a mandala, which has the functional significance of a union of opposites, or of mediation. These speculative ideas, symptomatic of an activated archetype, can be traced back to about the time of the Reformation, which we find them formulated in the alchemical treatises as symbolic geometrical figures which sought to express the nature of the Deus Tyrrhenus, the philosopher's stone. For instance, we read in the commentary to the Tractatus Aureus, "This one thing to which the elements must be reduced is that little circle holding the place of the center in this squared figure. It is a mediator making peace between enemies or the elements, that they may love one another in a meet embrace. He alone brings about the squaring of the circle, which many hitherto have sought, but few have found. Of this mediator, the wonderful stone, Orpheus says, for as the supernatural and eternal good, Christ Jesus our mediator and Savior, who delivers us from eternal death, from the devil, and from all evil, partakes of two natures, the divine and the human, so likewise is that earthly Savior composed of two parts, the heavenly and the earthly. With these he has restored us to health, and delivers us from diseases heavenly and earthly, spiritual and corporeal, visible and invisible. Here the Savior does not come down from heaven, but out of the depths of the earth, i.e., from that which lies below consciousness. These philosophers suspected that a spirit was imprisoned there, in the vessel of matter, a white dove comparable to the noose in the crater of Hermes, of which it is said, plunge into this crater, if thou canst, by recognizing to what end thou wast created, and by believing that thou wilt rise up to him, who had sent the crater down to earth. This noose or spirit was known as Mercurius, and it is to this arcanum that the alchemical saying refers. Whatever the wise seek is in Mercury. A very ancient formula, attributed by Zosimos to the legendary Ostanes, runs, go to the waters of the Nile, and there thou wilt find a stone that hath a spirit, pneuma. A commentator explains that this refers to quicksilver, hydrogeron, mercury. This spirit, coming from God, is also the cause of the greenness, the benedicta viriditas, much praised by the alchemists. Mylius says of it, God has breathed into created things a kind of germination, which is the viridescence. In Hildegard of Bingen's hymn to the Holy Ghost, which begins, O ignis spiritus paraclite, we read, from you the clouds rain down, the heavens move, the stones have their moisture, the waters give forth streams, and the earth sweats out cleanness. This water of the Holy Ghost played an important role in alchemy since the remotest times, as the aqua permanens, a symbol of the spirit assimilated to matter, which according to Heraclitus turned to water. The Christian parallel was naturally Christ's blood, for which reason the water of the philosophers was named spiritualis sanguis. The arcane substance was also known simply as the rotundum, by which was understood the anima media natura, identical with the anima mundi. The latter is a virtus Dei, an organ or a sphere that surrounds God. Of this Mylius says, God has love all round him. Others have declared him to be an intellectual and fiery spirit, having no form, but transforming himself into whatsoever he wills and making himself equal to all things, who by a manifold relation is in a certain measure bound up with his creatures. This image of God enveloped by the anima is the same as Gregory the Great's allegory of Christ and the Church. A woman shall compass a man, Jeremiah 22. This is an exact parallel to the Tantric conception of Shiva in the embrace of his Shakti. From this fundamental image of the male-female opposites united in the center is derived another designation of the lapis as the hermaphrodite. It is also the basis for the mandala motif. The extension of God as the anima media natura into every individual creature means that there is a divine spark, the scintilla, indwelling even in dead matter, in utter darkness. The medieval natural philosophers endeavored to make this spark rise up again as a divine image from the round vessel. Such ideas can only be based on the existence of unconscious psychic processes, for otherwise we simply could not understand how the same ideas crop up everywhere. Our dream example shows that such images are not inventions of the intellect, rather, they are natural revelations. And they will probably be found again and again in exactly the same way. The alchemists themselves say that the arcanum is sometimes revealed in a dream. The old natural philosophers not only felt pretty clearly, but actually said that the miraculous substance whose essential nature they symbolized by a circle divided into 4 parts was man himself. The Enigmata Philosophorum speaks of the Homo albus who is formed in the hermetic vessel. This white man is the equivalent of the priest figure in the visions of Zosimos. In the Arabic transmitted Book of Kratz we find an equally significant allusion in the dialogue between the spiritual and the worldly man, corresponding to the pneumatikos and psychikos of the Gnostics. The spiritual man says to the worldly man, "Are you capable of knowing your soul in a complete manner? If you knew it as is fitting, and if you knew what makes it better, you would be able to recognize that the names which the philosophers formerly gave it are not its true names. O dubious names which resemble the true names, what errors and agonies you have provoked among men." The names refer in turn to the philosopher's stone. A treatise ascribed to Zosimos, though it more likely derives from the Arabic Latinist school of literature, says unmistakably of the stone, "Thus it comes from man, and you are its mineral, raw material, in you it is found, and from you it is extracted, and it remains inseparably in you." Solomon Trismosin expresses it most clearly of all. "Study what thou art, whereof thou art a part. What thou knowest of this art, this is really what thou art. All that is without thee also is within." Thus wrote Trismosin. And Gerhard Dorn cries out, "Transform yourselves into living philosophical stones." There can hardly be any doubt that not a few of those seekers had the dawning knowledge that the secret nature of the stone was man's own self. This self was evidently never thought of as an entity identical with the ego, and for this reason it was described as a hidden nature dwelling in inanimate matter, as a spirit, demon, or fiery spark. By means of the philosophical opus, which was mostly thought of as a mental one, this entity was freed from darkness and imprisonment, and finally it enjoyed a resurrection, often represented in the form of an apotheosis and equated with the resurrection of Christ. It is clear that these ideas can have nothing to do with the empirical ego, but are concerned with a divine nature quite distinct from it, and hence, psychologically speaking, with a consciousness transcending content issuing from the realm of the unconscious. With this we come back to our modern experiences. They are obviously similar in nature to the basic medieval and classical ideas, and can therefore be expressed by the same, or at any rate similar, symbols. The medieval representations of the circle are based on the idea of the microcosm, a concept that was also applied to the stone. The stone was a little world, like man himself, a sort of inner image of the cosmos, reaching not into immeasurable distances, but into an equally immeasurable depth dimension, i.e., from the small to the unimaginably smallest. Mylius therefore calls this center the punctum cordis. The experience formulated by the modern mandala is typical of people who cannot project the divine image any longer. Owing to the withdrawal and introjection of the image, they are in danger of inflation and dissociation of the personality. The round or square enclosures built round the center therefore have the purpose of protective walls or of a vas hermeticum to prevent an outburst or a disintegration. Thus the mandala denotes and assists exclusive concentration on the center, the self. This is anything but egocentricity. On the contrary, it is a much-needed self-control for the purpose of avoiding inflation and dissociation. The enclosure, as we have seen, has also the meaning of what is called in Greek a temenos, the precincts of a temple or any isolated sacred place. The circle in this case protects or isolates an inner content or process that should not get mixed up with things outside. Thus the mandala repeats in symbolic form archaic ways and means which were once concrete realities. As I have already mentioned, the inhabitant of the Temenos was a god. But the prisoner, or the well-protected dweller in the mandala, does not seem to be a god, since the symbols use stars, crosses, globes, etc. do not signify a god but an obviously important part of the human personality. One might almost say that man himself, or his innermost soul, is the prisoner or the protected inhabitant of the mandala. Since modern mandalas are amazingly close parallels to the ancient magical circles, which usually have a deity in the center, it is clear that in the modern mandala man, the deep ground, as it were, of the self is not a substitute but a symbol for the deity. It is a remarkable fact that this symbol is a natural and spontaneous occurrence and that it is always an essentially unconscious product, as our dream shows. If we want to know what happens when the idea of God is no longer projected as an autonomous entity, this is the answer of the unconscious psyche. The unconscious produces the idea of a deified or divine man who is imprisoned, concealed, protected, usually depersonalized, and represented by an abstract symbol. The symbols often contain allusions to the medieval conception of the microcosm, as was the case with my patient's world clock, for instance. Many of the processes that lead to the mandala, and the mandala itself, seem to be direct confirmations of medieval speculation. It looks as if the patients had read those old treatises on the philosopher's stone. The divine water, the rotundum, the squaring of the circle, the four colors, etc. And yet they have never been anywhere near alchemical philosophy and its abstruse symbolism. It is difficult to evaluate such facts properly. They could be explained as a sort of regression to archaic ways of thinking, if one's chief consideration was their obvious and impressive parallelism with medieval symbolism. But whenever such regressions occur, the result is always inferior adaptation and a corresponding lack of efficiency. This is by no means typical of the psychological development depicted here. On the contrary, neurotic and dissociated conditions improve considerably and the whole personality undergoes a change for the better. For this reason I do not think the process in question should be explained as regression, which would amount to saying that it was a morbid condition. I am rather inclined to understand the apparently retrograde connections of mandala psychology as the continuation of a process of spiritual development which began in the early Middle Ages, and perhaps even further back, in early Christian times. There is documentary evidence that the essential symbols of Christianity were already in existence in the 1st century. I am thinking of the Greek treatise entitled, Comerius, the archpriest, teaches Cleopatra the divine art. The text is of Egyptian origin and bears no trace of Christian influence. There are also the mystical texts of Pseudo-Democritus and Zosimos. Jewish and Christian influences are noticeable in the last named author, though the main symbolism is Neoplatonist and is closely connected with the philosophy of the Corpus Hermeticum. The fact that the symbolism connected with the mandala traces its near relatives back to pagan sources casts a peculiar light upon these apparently modern psychological occurrences. They seem to continue a Gnostic trend of thought without being supported by direct tradition. If I am right in supposing that every religion is a spontaneous expression of a certain predominant psychological condition, then Christianity was the formulation of a condition that predominated at the beginning of our era and lasted for several centuries. But a particular psychological condition which predominates for a certain length of time does not exclude the existence of other psychological conditions at other times, and these are equally capable of religious expression. Christianity had at one time to fight for its life against Gnosticism, which corresponded to another psychological condition. Gnosticism was stamped out completely, and its remnants are so badly mangled that special study is needed to get any insight at all into its inner meaning. But if the historical roots of our symbols extend beyond the Middle Ages, they are certainly to be found in Gnosticism. It would not seem to me illogical if a psychological condition, previously suppressed, should reassert itself when the main ideas of the suppressive condition begin to lose their influence. In spite of the suppression of the Gnostic heresy, it continued to flourish throughout the Middle Ages under the disguise of alchemy. It is a well-known fact that alchemy consisted of two parts which complement one another: on the one hand chemical research proper, and on the other the theoria, or philosophia. As is clear from the writings of Pseudo-Democritus in the 1st century, entitled Kai, the two aspects already belonged together at the beginning of our era. The same holds true of the Leiden papyri and the writings of Zosimos in the 3rd century. The religious or philosophical views of ancient alchemy were clearly Gnostic. The later views seem to cluster around the following central idea: the anima mundi, the demiurge or divine spirit that incubated the chaotic waters of the beginning, remained in matter in a potential state, and the initial chaotic condition persisted with it. Thus the philosophers, or the sons of wisdom, as they called themselves, took their prima materia to be a part of the original chaos pregnant with spirit. By spirit, they understood a semi-material pneuma, a sort of subtle body, which they also called volatile and identified chemically with oxides and other dissoluble compounds. They called this spirit Mercurius, which was chemically quicksilver, though Mercurius Noster was no ordinary HGL, and philosophically Hermes, the god of revelation, who, as Hermes Trismegistus, was the arch-authority on alchemy. Their aim was to extract the original divine spirit out of the chaos, and this extract was called the Quinta Essentia, aqua permanens, or tinctura. A famous alchemist, Johannes de Rupacissa, D., calls the quintessence Locile Hamine, the human sky or heaven. For him it was a blue liquid and incorruptible like the sky. He says that the quintessence is of the color of the sky, and our sun has adorned it, as the sun adorns the sky. The sun is an allegory of gold. He says, this sun is true gold. He continues, these two things join together influence in us. The condition of the heaven of heavens, and of the heavenly sun. His idea is, obviously, that the quintessence, the blue sky with the golden sun in it, evokes corresponding images of the heaven and the heavenly sun in ourselves. It is a picture of a blue and golden microcosm, and I take it to be a direct parallel to Guillaume's celestial vision. The colors are, however, reversed. With Rupacissa the disk is golden and the sky blue. My patient, therefore, having a similar arrangement, seems to lean more towards the alchemical side. Very early among the Greek alchemists we encounter the idea of the stone that has a spirit, Berthelot, ouch. Krex, ill, 6. The stone is the prima materia, called Heil or chaos or massa confusa. This alchemical terminology was based on Plato's Timaeus. Jonas C. Steeb, Colum Sephiroticum Hebraeum, 1679, says, neither earth, nor air, nor fire, nor water, nor those things which are made of these things, or those things of which these are made, should be called the prima materia, which must be the receptacle and the mother of that which is made and that which can be beheld, but a certain species which cannot be beheld and is formless and sustains all things. The same author calls the prima materia, the primeval chaotic earth, Heil, chaos, the abyss, the mother of things. That first chaotic matter was watered by the streams of heaven and adorned by God with numberless ideas of the species. He explains how the Spirit of God descended into matter and what became of him there. The Spirit of God fertilized the upper waters with a peculiar fostering warmth and made them as it were milky. The fostering warmth, o.e. the Holy Spirit, brought about, therefore, in the waters that are above the heavens, aquae supercoa testibus, cf. Genesis 7, a virtue subtly penetrating and nourishing all things, which, combining with light, generated in the mineral kingdom of the lower regions the mercurial serpent. This could refer just as well to the caduceus of Aesculapius, since the serpent is also the origin of the Medicina Catholica, the panacea, in the vegetable kingdom the blessed greenness, chlorophyll, in the animal kingdom of formative virtue, so that the supercelestial spirit of the waters united in marriage with light may justly be called the soul of the world. The lower waters are darksome and absorb the outflowings of light in their capacious depths, page 38. This doctrine is based on nothing less than the Gnostic legend of the Nous descending from the higher spheres and being caught in the embrace of Physis. The Mercurius of the alchemists is winged, volatile. Abu al-Q Sim Muhammad, Kitbi al-Ijm al-Muqtasad, etc., edition Homeyard, speaks of Hermes, the volatile, page 37, and in many other places he is called a spiritus. Moreover, he was understood to be a Hermes Psychopompus, showing the way to paradise, Michael Meyer, Symbola, page 592. This is very much the role of a redeemer, which was attributed to the nous. For the Pythagoreans, the soul was entirely devoured by matter, except for its reasoning part. In the old Commentarium in Tabulum Smaragdanum, Ars Chemica, Porcellanus speaks of the massa confusa, or the chaos confusum, from which the world was created and from which also the mysterious lapis is generated. The lapis was identified with Christ from the beginning of the 14th century, Petrus Bonus. Preciosa Margarita, 1546. Orphelius, Fida. Chem. 6, page 431, says, Our Savior Jesus Christ partakes of two natures, so likewise is that earthly Savior made up of two parts, the heavenly and the earthly. In the same way the Mercurius imprisoned in matter was identified with the Holy Ghost. Johannes Gracius, Arca Arcani, Fida. Chem. 6. Page 314, quotes, The gift of the Holy Spirit, that is the lead of the philosophers, which they call the lead of the air, wherein is a resplendent white dove, which is called the salt of the metals, in which consists the magistery of the work. Concerning the extraction and transformation of the chaos, Christopher of Paris, Elucidarius Artis Transmutatorii, Fida. Chem. 6, page 228, writes, In this chaos the said precious substance and nature truly exists potentially in a single confused mass of the elements. Human reason ought therefore to apply itself to bringing our heaven into actuality. Our heaven refers to the microcosm and is also called the quintessence. It is incorruptible and immaculate. Johannes de Rupacissa, La Virtu et la Propriété de la Quintessence, 1581, calls it l'ocile harmine. It is clear that the philosophers projected the vision of the golden and blue circle onto their Aurum Philosophicum, which was named the Rotundum, C. Meyer, De Circulo, 1616, page 15, and onto the blue quintessence. The terms chaos and massa confusa were in general use, according to the testimony of Bernardus Sylvestris, a contemporary of William of Champeaux, 1121. His work, De Mundi Universitate Libri Duo, had a widespread influence. He speaks of the confusion of the primary matter, that is, Heil, page 5, Li 18, the congealed mass, formless chaos, refractory matter, the face of being, a discolored mass discordant with itself, page 7, Li 19, a mass of confusion. Bernardus also mentions the Descensus Spiritus as follows, When Jove comes down into the lap of his bride, all the world is moved and would urge the soil to bring forth, page 51, Li 22. Another variant is the idea of the king submerged or concealed in the sea. The miraculous liquid, the divine water, called sky or heaven, probably refers to the supercelestial waters of Genesis 7. In its functional aspect, it was thought to be a sort of baptismal water which, like the holy water of the Church, possesses a creative and transformative quality. The Catholic Church. For instance, the genius of the planet Mercury reveals the mysteries to Pseudo-Democritus. Jagger, in La Libre de la Miséricorde, says that the philosopher's stone is equal to a microcosm. It is difficult not to assume that the alchemists were influenced by the allegorical style of patristic literature. They even claimed some of the fathers as representatives of the royal art, for instance Albertus Magnus, Thomas Aquinas, Alanus de Insulis. A text like the Aurora Consurgens is full of allegorical interpretations of the scriptures. It has even been ascribed to Thomas Aquinas. Nevertheless, water was in fact used as an allegory of the Holy Spirit. Water is the living grace of the Holy Spirit. Flowing water is the Holy Spirit. Water is the infusion of the Holy Spirit, Carnerius of St. Victor, in Midney, P.L., volume 193, Kernel 279. Water is also an allegory of Christ's humanity, Prudentius, in Midney, P.L., volume 20, Kernel 983. Very often water appears as dew, Roscidionis, and dew, likewise, is an allegory of Christ. still performs the rite of the Benedictio Fontis on Holy Saturday before Easter. The rite consists in a repetition of the Descensus Spiritus Sancti in aquam. The ordinary water thereby acquires the divine quality of transforming and giving spiritual rebirth to man. This is exactly the alchemical idea of the divine water, and there would be no difficulty whatever in deriving the aqua permanens of alchemy from the rite of the Benedictio Fontis, were it not that the former is of pagan origin and certainly the older of the two. We find the miraculous water mentioned in the first treatises of Greek alchemy, which belong to the 1st century. Moreover, the descent of the spirit into Physis is a Gnostic legend that greatly influenced Mani. And it was possibly through Manichaean influences that it became one of the main ideas of Latin alchemy. The aim of the philosophers was to transform imperfect matter chemically into gold, the panacea, or the elixir vitae, but philosophically or mystically into the divine hermaphrodite, the second Adam, the glorified, incorruptible body of resurrection, or the lumen luminum, the illumination of the human mind, or sapientia. As I have shown, together with Richard Wilhelm, Chinese alchemy produced the same idea, that the goal of the opus magnum is the creation of the diamond body. Dew is seen in the fire, Romanus, de Theophania, in Pitra, Analecta Sacra, page 21. Now has Gideon's dew flowed on earth, Romanus, de Nativitate, Ibid, page 237. The alchemists thought that their aqua permanens was endued with a virtue which they called phlos, flower. It had the power of changing body into spirit and giving it an incorruptible quality, Taberphil, edition Ruska, page 197. The water was also called acidum, acid, whereby God finished his work, whereby also bodies take on spirit and are made spiritual, Taba, page 126. Another name for it is Spiritus Sanguis, blood spirit, Taba, page 129. The Taba is an early Latin treatise of the 12th century, translated from an originally Arabic compilation dating back to the 9th and 10th centuries. Its contents, however, stem from Hellenistic sources. The Christian allusion in Spiritualis Sanguis might be due to Byzantine influence. Aqua permanens is quicksilver, argentum vivum, Hg. Our living silver is our clearest water, Rosarium Phil, in art. Orif, Il, page 213. The aqua is also called fire, Ibid, page 218. The body, or substance, is transformed by water and fire, a complete parallel to the Christian idea of baptism and spiritual transformation. To Missale Romanum. The rite is old and was known as the lesser, or greater, blessing of salt and water from about the 8th century. In Isis the prophetess to her son Horus, Berthelot, Alch. Grex, I, 13, an angel brings Isis a small vessel filled with transparent water, the Arcanum. This is an obvious parallel to the crater of Hermes, Corpus Hermeticum, I, and of Zosimos, Berthelot, Il, Li, 8, which was filled with nous. In the Chi, Uviotlk of Pseudo-Democritus, Berthelot, Illinois, 63, the divine water is said to effect a transformation by bringing the hidden nature to the surface. And in the treatise of Comerius we find the miraculous waters that produce a new springtime, Berthelot, Traductions, page 281. All these parallels are an attempt to put my psychological observations into their historical setting. Without the historical connection they would remain suspended in mid-air, a mere curiosity, although one could find numerous other modern parallels to the dreams described here. For instance, there is the following dream of a young woman. The initial dream was mainly concerned with the memory of an actual experience, a baptizing ceremony in a Protestant sect that took place under particularly grotesque and even repulsive conditions. The associations were a precipitate of all the dreamer's disappointments with religion. But the dream that came immediately after showed her a picture which she did not understand and could not relate to the previous dream. One could have aided her understanding by the simple device of prefacing her second dream with the words, "on the contrary." This was the dream. She was in a planetarium, a very impressive place overhung by the vault of the sky. In the sky 2 stars were shining, a white one, which was Mercury, but the other star emitted warm red waves of light and was unknown to her. She now saw that the walls underneath the vault were covered with frescoes. But she could recognize only one of them. It was an antique picture of the tree birth of Adonis. The red waves of light she took to be warm feelings, i.e., love, and she now thought the star must have been Venus. She had once seen a picture of the tree birth in a museum and had fancied that Adonis, as the dying and resurgent god, must also be a god of rebirth. In the first dream, then, there was violent criticism of church religion, followed in the second dream by the mandala vision of a world clock, which is what a planetarium is in the fullest sense. In the sky the divine pair stands united, he white, she red, thus reversing the famous alchemical pair, where he is red and she is white, whence she was called Bea, Arabic Albaida, the white one, and he was called Servus Rubius, the red slave, although, as Capricius, Arabic Kibrid, sulfur, he is her royal brother. The divine pair makes one think of Guillaume de Digullevel's Christian allegory. The allusion to the tree birth of Adonis corresponds to those dreams of my patient which had to do with mysterious rites of creation and renewal. Point 76. So in principle these two dreams largely repeat the thought processes of my patient, although having nothing in common with the latter except the spiritual malaise of our time. As I have already pointed out, the connection of spontaneous mod and symbolism with ancient theories and beliefs is not established by direct or indirect tradition, nor even by a secret tradition as has sometimes been surmised, though there are no tenable proofs of this. The most careful inquiry has never revealed any possibility of my patients being acquainted with the relevant literature or having any other information about such ideas. It seems that their unconscious worked along the same line of thought which has manifested itself time and again in the last 2,000 years. Such a continuity can only exist if we assume a certain unconscious condition as an inherited a priori factor. By this I naturally do not mean the inheritance of ideas, which would be difficult if not impossible to prove. I suppose, rather, the inherited quality to be something like the formal possibility of producing the same or similar ideas over and over again. I have called this possibility the archetype. Accordingly, the archetype would be a structural quality or condition peculiar to a psyche that is somehow connected with the brain. In the light of these historical parallels, the mandala symbolizes either the divine being hitherto hidden and dormant in the body and now extracted and revivified, or else the vessel or the room in which the transformation of man into a divine being takes place. I know such formulations are fatally reminiscent of the wildest metaphysical speculations. I am sorry if it sounds crazy, but this is exactly what the human psyche produces and always has produced. Any psychology which assumes it can do without these facts must exclude them artificially. I would call this a philosophical prejudice, inadmissible from the empirical point of view. I should perhaps emphasize that we do not establish any metaphysical truth with these formulations. It is merely a statement that the psyche functions in such a way. And it is a fact that my patient felt a great deal better after the vision of the mandala. If you understand the problem it solved for him, you can also understand why he had such a feeling of sublime harmony. I would not hesitate for a moment to suppress all speculations about the possible consequences of an experience as abstruse and remote as the mandala, if this were feasible. But for me, unfortunately, this type of experience is neither abstruse nor remote. On the contrary, it is an almost daily occurrence in my profession. I know a fair number of people who have to take their experience seriously if they want to live at all. They can only choose between the devil and the deep blue sea. The devil is the mandala or something equivalent to it, and the deep blue sea is their neurosis. The well-meaning rationalist will point out that I am casting out the devil with Beelzebub and replacing an honest neurosis by the swindle of a religious belief. As to the former charge, I have nothing to say in reply, being no metaphysical expert. But as to the latter one, I beg leave to point out that it is not a question of belief but of experience. Religious experience is absolute, it cannot be disputed. You can only say that you have never had such an experience, whereupon your opponent will reply, "Sorry, I have." and there your discussion will come to an end. No matter what the world thinks about religious experience, the one who has it possesses a great treasure, a thing that has become for him a source of life, meaning, and beauty, and that has given a new splendor to the world and to mankind. He has pistis and peace. Where is the criterion by which you could say that such a life is not legitimate, that such an experience is not valid, and that such pistis is mere illusion? Is there, as a matter of fact, any better truth about the ultimate things than the one that helps you to live? That is the reason why I take careful account, religio, of the symbols produced by the unconscious. They are the one thing that is capable of convincing the critical mind of modern man. And they are convincing for a very old-fashioned reason. They are overwhelming, which is precisely what the Latin word convincer means. The thing that cures a neurosis must be as convincing as the neurosis, and since the latter is only too real, the helpful experience must be equally real. It must be a very real illusion, if you want to put it pessimistically. But what is the difference between a real illusion and a healing religious experience? It is merely a difference of words. You can say, for instance, that life is a disease with a very bad prognosis. It lingers on for years, only to end with death, or that normality is a general constitutional defect, or that man is an animal with a fatally overgrown brain. This kind of thinking is the prerogative of habitual grumblers with bad digestions. No one can know what the ultimate things are. We must therefore take them as we experience them. And if such experience helps to make life healthier, more beautiful, more complete, and more satisfactory to yourself and to those you love, you may safely say, this was the grace of God. No transcendental truth is thereby demonstrated, and we must confess in all humility that religious experience is extra ecclesiam, subjective, and liable to boundless error. Yet, if the spiritual adventure of our time is the exposure of human consciousness to the undefined and indefinable, there would seem to be good reasons for thinking that even the boundless is pervaded by psychic laws, which no man invented, but of which he has gnosis in the symbolism of Christian dogma. Only heedless fools will wish to destroy this. The lover of the soul, never.